who's wondering where it might be online, let me go ahead and get the link for everybody. It's going to be at youtube.com at the Shy Hat. Over here. Okay, and to anybody who's interested, you can go ahead and watch it over at this link. All right, let's go ahead and start the class then. All right, everybody, I hope you had a great weekend, and we're back and we're ready to learn about more cybersecurity stuff. All right, so this is HackerFrogs After School Digital Forensics. We're taking a look at network traffic today, and this is part of our digital forensics class. The digital forensics class is going to go on for about another 5 classes or so. So that's about 2 weeks. So this is the third class, the third session for the digital forensic class, and let's go ahead and start. As usual, if you have any questions or any comments that you want to make, you can go ahead and leave them in the chat. And if you don't have an account over at TryHackMe.com, we're going to be using TryHackMe.com to do our exercise today. So let's go ahead and get the link for everybody who wants to make an account over there. So if you have an account over there, go ahead and log in to the service. And then we're going to be taking a look at one of the modules over there in just a little bit. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so hey there, HackerFrogs. This is the third Intro to Digital Forensics workshop. And in the previous workshop, we learned about the following digital forensics concepts. So last class, we were talking about steganography. Steganography is the process of hiding information in another medium. For example, hiding a hidden message in a picture. So when dealing with digital files, steganography can be used to embed files or messages into different media files like pictures, videos, and audio files. Okay, so user bnmom says, okay, so we're asking about how long the class is. So this class is going to go for about an hour or so about 60 minutes. It might go over time by a few minutes, maybe 5 or 10 minutes at most. We're going to try to keep the class length to about 60 minutes or so. But thank you very much for asking about that. Okay, so let's continue. So we were talking about a specific program last class, and we used the steghide program, which can be used to embed files into certain types of picture and audio files. Oh, okay. So it looks like some students have classes afterwards and beforehand. That's fine. We're going to try to keep the classes on schedule, and so hopefully it works out with your schedule. Okay, so embedding files with steghide can use password protection for added security, but it's not necessarily required. Okay, so we're going to be talking about some pretty big topics today, and in today's workshop, we're going to be talking about network logs. We're going to be talking about packet capture files, and we're going to be talking about a very popular program that's used to look at network traffic that's called Wireshark. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit about this network traffic. So when we talk about network traffic, we're not talking about traffic out in the real life with cars and such. We're talking about computer network traffic. So today's workshop is going to be talking about computer networking log forensics. There might be a lot of technical terms. There are going to be a lot of technical terms in today's class. And if you don't understand some of what's going on, that's okay, because computer networking is a very, very large topic, and don't feel bad about not understanding all the terms. What we're going to try to do is we're going to try to get everybody get a feel for what it's like to take a look at this network traffic by using a program. So anytime a network device sends data from one device to another, network traffic is generated as network packets are sent back and forth. So when we talk about a network device, we're talking about any device that connects to a computer network. So that could be your PC, it could be a laptop computer, it could be a tablet, it could be a phone. Basically, any device that connects to computer networks is a network device. Sigma, hello, nice to see you here in Twitch. And yeah, it's been a little while, but we're just doing this class on digital forensics right now. Hope you can learn some stuff. Okay, all right. So network packets and traffic. So network packets contain a number of elements, such as every time you send a request from one device to another, they're gonna send packets back and forth. So these packets contain information such as the source and destination, that is the network addresses of both the source and destination devices. These are called IP addresses. So IP addresses are basically how you can identify one device from another device on a network. It's usually a series of 4 numbers separated by these dots over here. So you might have an address like 10.10.10.4 or 143.204.215.126. So this is how we identify devices on the network, by their addresses. So there's also the payload in a network traffic packet, which is the actual data being sent. So if we're talking about a web page, so say we're sending a web page across a network, the actual data in this case, the payload, is the web page content. Okay, so it can also contain some header info, and that info is essential data for routing and processing the packet. So basically, the header data over here is going to be sent with each packet, so that the packet can get to the right device. So if there is no header data, then it's going to be very difficult for the packets to go to the right place. Okay, and then there's going to be some protocol info. So when we say protocol info, okay, we've got Neems on Twitch. Hello. No 10-minute delay today. Straight to it. Yeah. We're running these classes today, and the classes, when we run the classes, we don't do our 10-minute delay before the stream starts. Okay. So another thing that we include with our network packets is the protocol info. So there are a bunch of different protocols that are used on the internet. So a lot of people think that all internet traffic is the same internet traffic. It is not, because protocols are basically different types of information that are being sent back and forth. So this protocol info, depending on the type of data that's being sent, so a TCP packet, a UDP packet, HTTP packet, etc., there are going to be some protocol-specific data that is going to be included in the packet. Katie Good on YouTube asks, what technically is a request? Is it as simple as anything that you do, like click a link, type text into any field, etc.? Sorry if the question sounds dumb, and thank you for sharing knowledge. No problem, no problem. So when you're talking about a request is basically asking for some information from another device. So for example, anytime that you try to access a page on the internet, you have to send a request to the web server. So the web server is the computer or the device that's hosting the web page. And if you want to get a web page from the web server, you send a request to the web server, and then the web server sends back the web page content. So yeah, no, I mean, we're all here to learn, and we're all here to educate ourselves. So questions, you don't have to worry about questions sounding dumb, because I'm happy to answer any questions you have, because that's what I do over here. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Joy7575. Thank you. You are now HackerFrog. Okay, so we're going to be talking about pcap files. So we were just talking about different requests being passed back and forth in packets, and one very common way to group all of these packets together are in these pcap files. So files which contain a collection of network traffic are called packet capture or pcap files, and one specialty of digital forensics is the analysis of network traffic and pcap files. Okay, so, and one very common program that we use to examine network traffic and do network traffic analysis is called Wireshark. So if you talk to a bunch of professionals in information technology, most of them know how to use Wireshark, and it's a very widely used program. And let's see. Neems asks, is this class strictly for Wireshark or generally? So Wireshark is just we're going to be learning how to use Wireshark, but mostly what we're talking about is how to inspect network packets and to get information from network packets, because this is something that's really important for doing digital forensics. But anyways, let's go ahead and go over to TryHackMe. So TryHackMe is a website that we use for education, for cybersecurity. And let me go ahead and get the link for this particular page. So this is the page that we're going to be using to do our exercises today. And you're going to need to be logged into TryHackMe. If you don't have an account at TryHackMe, you can go ahead and make a free one. And if you need the link to make a free account over at TryHackMe, let me go ahead and get that link. So if you need to make an account, this is the link. And after you've logged in, go ahead and go to the Advent of Cyber room, which is this one over here. So the room is called Advent of Cyber 3. This is a room that was made in Christmas of 2021. It was a little while ago, but there's Wirebark says great job. Thank you very much, Wirebark. That's a great username. Okay, so let's go ahead and navigate over to this page. And if you're logged in to TryHackMe and you can now see this room over here, this Christmas themed room, please type in the chat, "It's Christmas again." So just type into the chat, "It's Christmas again." Okay, just like this, just so I know that that everybody is on the same page. User A says, "What do we do after logging in?" So after logging in, please, okay, let me reload the page. So after logging in, please go over to this link over here. So I've sent the link to you. So this is the link that we are going to. Okay. All right. So if you're having trouble, please let me know where you're having trouble. We'll try to help you out as best we can. Okay. So everybody, yes, it's Christmas again. Everybody, after you've logged into TryHackMe and you go to this page, you're going to see this little message over here. It says, "To access material, start machines, and answer questions, you need to join the room." Let's see. User Venting Horse says, "It's showing me a learning path." So if it shows you a learning path, what I want you to do is I want you to just paste the link into your web browser again, and then you should be able to bypass the page. So you just need to paste the link into your web page again, or just click on the link again, and you should be able to bypass that page. So after you arrive on the page, what I want you to do is I want you to click on this green Join Room button. So just below, at the top of the page, you're going to see this little blue box, and in the blue box there's a green button called Join the Room. Go ahead and click on that. And then after you've done that, you should see that the green box disappears. And what we're doing today is we're doing day number, I think it's day number 9. Let me go ahead and check. So this is, okay, I'm gonna have to get my PDF file again. Okay, oh, here it is. Okay, so this is day number 9 of in this room. So let me reload, and it's day number 9. Day number 9, I think, is task number 14. So the days and the tasks don't really line up. So what you want to do is you want to click on day 9. Day 9 is task number 14, and the title is going to be "Where is all this data going?" So what you need to do is you need to click into day number 9, and you're going to see that the title of the header is going to say, "Where is all this data going?" And there's going to be this blue button over here. So after you've done that, go up to the top of the web page, and what I want you to do is I want you to start your attack box. So the attack box is basically a Linux system that we can use to solve the exercises over on tryhackme.com. So the button that we need to push to start up the attack box is going to be at the top of the page, and it's going to be underneath the little icon over here, and it's labeled Start Attack Box. What I want you to do is I want you to click on it. So after you click on it, you should see that the page splits into two with the TryHackMe webpage on the left-hand side and the attack box loading up on the right-hand side. So if you're currently loading up your attack box, please type in the chat, attack box is loading. And if for some reason you're having trouble, let us know in the chat and we'll try to help you out. So this is going to take about 2 minutes from the time that you click on the button, and then it's going to take 2 minutes to load up. But that's fine. We're going to be trying to learn a little bit more about network traffic before we do the exercise. Okay. So hopefully your attack box is loading up right now. If you're having trouble, let us know in the chat, and we will try to help you. Okay, so in the meantime, while this thing is loading up, we're going to talk a little bit more about network traffic and the way that network moves around. So this is going to be, this might seem a little bit confusing. Like I said, you don't need to understand everything that's going on in this presentation, but I'm going to try to cover a few different topics so that I'm covering my bases as far as networking and how networking information moves around is concerned. Okay, so we're going to talk about some networking basics. We're going to talk about the OSI model. So before we dive into how to use Wireshark, let's review the OSI model, which Wireshark uses to organize the pcap contents. Let's see, Neems on Twitch asks, can viewers access the slides or no? Yeah, if you want to access the slides for this lesson, let me go ahead and get a link for you. So GitHub. Okay, so GitHub, HackerFrogs After School. This is digital forensics. Am I able to send all the slides whenever we want to go over them? Yeah, let me grab, so this is lesson 3. Okay, I'll just copy the link. So if you want to take a look at the slides, then this is the link over here. Okay, so the OSI model. So what is the OSI model? You're going to hear about this a lot when you're talking about computer networking. But what the OSI model is a system for organizing computer networking data into abstract layers. So in the OSI model, there are 7 layers. So they are as follows. There's layer 1, the physical link, which are physical devices. Layer 2, the data link. Layer 3, the network link, transport, session, presentation, and application. We'll talk about what kind of stuff happens at these different layers. We're going to go over them briefly. Like I said, I don't want to go too in detail because it's really a lot of information to talk about. And we only have about an hour or so of class, so we're going to try to keep it brief. So the first layer in the OSI model is the physical layer. So the physical layer represents the physical connection between devices and the sending and receiving of raw data bytes over the raw data bits over the physical medium. Okay, so the Vault 1999 says layer 8 is politics. Yeah, maybe. So OSI layer 1, some of the things that transmit data over OSI layer 1 include cables and connectors and network interface cards and modems. So basically, these are the physical things that transmit the data. So layer 2 is the data link layer, which provides reliable communication directly between directly connected nodes on the network, and data transmitted over the data link layer are called frames. So what kind of things are we talking about when we talk about this data link layer? So things that transmit data over OSI layer 2 include things like Ethernet switches, wireless access points, virtual LANs, also known as VLANs, and MAC addresses. Psyched on Twitch says, ew, OSI model, also high. Yeah, some people don't like talking about the OSI model, but it is something that people talk a lot about when they're talking about networking stuff. So OSI layer 3 is the network layer. So the network layer is going to cover logical addressing, routing creation, and forwarding of packets between devices across different networks. Data transmitted over the network layer are called packets. So when we're talking about the actual packets that are being sent back and forth, it starts at OSI layer 3, which is called the network layer. Okay, examples of things that transmit data over the OSI layer 3 are firewalls, Internet Protocol version 4, Internet Protocol version 6, ICMP, network address translation devices and routers. And let's move on. So I'm just going to go over this very quickly. We don't really need to understand this on a very deep level. Earthquake asks, what do we do after we click on the attack box? So after we click on the attack box in TryHackMe, we need to wait for the attack box to finish loading. So after it's finished loading, you should see this terminal over here. It's just called terminal. And if you see the terminal, oh, you clicked enter already. That's fine. Okay, so if you see the terminal and your attack box is already loaded up, please type in the chat, attack box ready, smiley face. Okay, so let's finish our little presentation on OSI, and then we'll start with our Wireshark stuff. Okay, so OSI layer 4 is the transport layer. So OSI layer 4 is the transport layer, which handles end-to-end communication, error detection, correction, and flow control in a network. Data transmitted over the transport layer are called segments. Examples of things that transmit data over the OSI layer 4, these are Transmission Control Protocol, TCP, User Datagram Protocol, or UDP, port numbers, multiplexing, and socket programming. So from here, it just becomes more and more, it becomes less and less physical and more about programming, programs rather. So OSI layer 5 is the session layer, which manages communication sessions and the orderly exchange of data between the devices. Data transmitted over the session layer is called data units or session data. So examples of things that transmit data over OSI layer 5, these are going to be web browsers or web servers, remote desktop protocol, or also called RDP, and network printing. Then we've got layer 6, the presentation layer, and that deals with encryption, character encoding, data compression, and format conversion. Data transmitted over the presentation layer is called data units or presentation data. And examples of things that transmit data over the OSI layer 6 are media players, transport layer security, TLS protocols, file format converters, encoding libraries, and encryption/decryption software. And the very last layer is the application layer. And this deals with end user applications and offers a standardized interface for diverse apps across a network. Data transmitted over the application layer are called application data or messages. And examples of things that transmit data over the OSI layer 7 are web browsers, HTTP, email clients, messaging apps, DNS, and database management systems, also called DBMSs. Weird Fox on YouTube says, hi. Interesting, I learned it in 1 year of university. Still can't figure out anything. Yeah, you're not going to learn about the OSI model in one lesson. People spend a lot of time studying this stuff, but I just wanted to mention it because Wireshark organizes its information by using the OSI layers. So when we're talking about Wireshark and the OSI model, Wireshark packet details, they're going to organize its expandable tabs according to OSI layers. So we've got information in each one of these packets, and they're going to correspond to the OSI layers. Note that not all the packets are going to contain layers in all 7 of the OSI sequences, but most of the packets are going to contain data for OSI layers 1, 2, and 3. So let's get to the hacking. So let's go ahead and go over to TryHackMe, and if your attack box is ready, you're ready to go. And what you want to do is you want to click into this terminal over here, and then you want to hit the Enter key to close the window. So after you do that, what we're going to do is we're going to open up the file that we're going to be using for today's exercise. So it's I'm going to make this as easy to follow as I can. What you want to do is you want to go over to this folder over here. So in the AttackBox desktop, there's going to be this folder called Roots Home. You want to double click on that to open it up. And then after you do that, there's going to be another folder called Rooms over here. So it is Roots Home, and then click on Rooms. And then after you click on Rooms, there's this one over here called AOC3. Wait, I see some chatters in Twitch. They say that the OSI model is a necessary evil. It wins the fight against the evil or evil, blaming the network. That's a great point. That's a great point, Mr. Ferguson. Yeah. Okay, so you go to root, you go to rooms, and then you go to AOC3. So click on AOC3, and this is day 9. So AOC3 and then day 9. And then there's going to be this file called aoc3.pcap. So that's the file that we want to use. And go ahead and click on it. If you need me to repeat that, then go ahead and let us know in the chat. I'll try to repeat the process for people who didn't pick up on that. Okay, Weird Fox says, I believe in HTTP we can see the stream and messages in clear text. Why is it so hard to do it in HTTPS? So HTTPS is encrypted, and you see, yeah. So that's why it's hard to see the stuff in clear text. Let's see. User A says, my attack box was loading. Can you please repeat? Okay, so this is what you do. Earthquake asks, what does HTTPS stand for? So HTTPS stands for Hypertext Protocol, Hypertext Transmission Protocol Security. So that means that it's the same as HTTP, which is the regular version of web pages, only it has security on it. Okay, this is what you do. So you want to click on Roots Home. The first thing, if you see the terminal, you want to click on it, and then you want to hit the Enter key to close that terminal window. And then you click on Roots Home, and then you click on Rooms, and then you click on AOC3, and then you click on Day 9, and then you click on AOC3.pcap. Okay? So if you still having trouble, let us know, and we'll try to help you out as best we can. Weird Fox asks, is the encryption one way, or do they use any algorithm that's reversible? So when we're talking about HTTPS, we're usually talking about public key cryptography, which is basically the website and the device communicate with each other, and then they agree on an encryption method to use, and then they're able to encrypt and decrypt the messages that are sent between each other. Okay, so you should see Wirefox over here, and sorry, it's not called Wirefox, it's called Wireshark. And if you see Wireshark, and this is a little bit cramped. What we're going to do is we're going to put this in its own browser tab so that it's not cramped up in this view over here. So this is what we're going to do. In the middle of the screen, I want you to go down to the bottom. And at the bottom of the screen, there's this button over here called View in Full Screen. I want you to click on that. So click on this little button at the bottom of the screen in the middle. When you do that, you're going to see another browser tab open up in your web browser. And that's going to be in full screen. El Poca Coca, that's a great username on YouTube. Hello, nice to see you here. And let's see. Okay, so if you manage to successfully put your attack box in its own web browser and it takes up the full screen, let us know in the chat by typing in, I don't know, it's full screen now. It's full screen now. Okay, so one thing you want to do is there are basically three main windows that we look at inside of Wireshark. So in Wireshark, there's going to be this list over here. This is the list of packets that are in the packet capture file, and there's going to be this. So this is the list view. The other two views over here are the details view. The details view is on the left-hand side in this corner. And the packet bytes are going to be on the right-hand side. So this is also called the hex view. And what we want to do is we want to make sure that they're all kind of even. So we can go ahead and click on each one of these windows to drag it around and to resize it. So we just want to make sure that it's comfortable for us. Okay, and then let's talk a little bit more about what's going on inside of these windows. So let's go back here. Thank you very much to Beat the Pete for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, so one thing that we're really going to pay attention to when we're using Wireshark is this display filter. And the display filter is an important tool for managing large number of packets, which can be fine-tuned to display only packets with specific properties. Actually, you know what? Before we do that, let's talk a little bit about what's going on inside of Wireshark here. So in Wireshark, the pie sauce on Twitch says we're doing a quick Wireshark walkthrough. We're just doing a little taste of Wireshark because Wireshark is a really big topic. So what's going on here? So this is a bunch of different packets. So these are networking packets that are going back and forth on the network, and they're going between different devices on the network. So you can see here that there's the packets are numbered, and we can see that there's a source. So basically the IP address that's sending the packet. There's the destination, which is where the packet was sent to. We have the protocols that were being used, how large the packet was, and a bunch of other info over here. So I think I can make this a little bit bigger because it might be a little bit small on the screen. Let me go ahead and see if I can make this bigger. So I think we can go to Preferences and font and colors. Okay, so this is font 11. Maybe I can make it bigger. Let's make this font 16. Let's apply that. Okay, everybody. So are you having trouble looking at the text on the screen? So if you're having trouble looking at the text on the screen, let us know in chat. Or if it looks okay, if you can read it, then let us know in the chat. Say, I can read it or I can't read it. Weird Fox on YouTube asks, where do you learn all these things? Are you a cybersecurity professional? So I've worked as a cybersecurity professional before. Now I'm trying to be a cybersecurity educator. And where do you learn all these things? I learn these things from all over the place. But mostly I learn them on education websites like PicoCTF and TryHackMe. But thank you very much for the question, Weird Fox. Okay, so it looks like some people, they can read it. That's great. That's great. Okay. So we've got all these packets over here, and most of the time when we're looking at these network packet files, these pcap files, they've got thousands of different packets. So if we look down over here at the bottom, then it says over here there are 5,200 packets. So most of the time what we're doing in Wireshark is we're trying to filter. We're trying to filter all of the packets to see only the packets that we're interested in. And we can do that with the display filter over here. It's at the top of the screen. It's this little bar over here. And let's talk a little bit more about the different parts of Wireshark. So if we want to take a look at the list of packets, that's this over here in the top window. So if we want to take a look at the details of the packets, it's going to be on the lower left-hand side of the screen. This is the details packet. So we've got a bunch of different details for each one of these packets. And if we want to open these up, we can click on these little arrows on the left-hand side, and it's going to give us a lot of different information about this stuff over here. So most of the time, you don't need to pay too much attention to all of the information. I'd say don't try to focus on all the details because there are too many little details in each one of these packets. WeirdFox asks, how many filters could there be in Wireshark? There are a lot of filters in Wireshark, and most of the time people have all sorts of guides and stuff to help them find the different filters that they want to use. We're going to be using a few filters today, and they're just going to be very basic ones. And so this is the details view for the packet, and the actual contents of the packet, you can find it in here. This is called the packet byte view or the packet hex view. So basically, this is the contents of the packet, and most of the time when we're sending encrypted data, the encrypted data is going to look like a bunch of gibberish, and you won't be able to read it. So that's why some of the packet data, it doesn't look like actual human readable stuff. So this is what it would look like, and this is what it looks like in byte form. The reason why we've got this byte view over here is, the hex byte view. The reason why we've got this hex byte view is because not all of the information being sent over the network is human readable, and the hex bytes are human readable. So this is a human readable version of something that's not usually human readable. Anyways, let's go ahead and go back to the TryHackMe page. We're going to talk about the different things that we need to do to answer the question. We need to answer some questions in this module. Let's talk about that. Okay, we've got ads. We got ads going on Twitch right now. When there are ads going on Twitch, we're going to take a little break so that the ads can run by on Twitch and on YouTube. So when the ads happen, we're going to go ahead and play some bird videos because I love my birds, and it also gives me a good opportunity to have a little bit of water. Okay, so please enjoy the bird videos. We'll be back in about a minute, and I'm just going to have a little water break. Okay, so we've got some questions on YouTube. Katie Good says, so the two panes on the lower left show the same info, just one is in human readable form and the other one is encrypted. I wouldn't say human readable form. I'll talk about it after the break is over. Okay, so let's see. WeirdFox asks, is this your CCTV? Yeah, I did take this footage with a camera, with a security camera, but I basically turned the security camera into a bird watching camera. Anyways, let me put the birds away, and we'll continue on with the lesson today. Matthew on YouTube asks, are you a cybersecurity engineer? I'm not a cybersecurity engineer. I have worked in cybersecurity before, but right now I'm trying to be a cybersecurity education person. So let's go ahead and we're going to talk about what is in Wireshark here. So let's see. Katie Good asked what was in the lower right view. So these are the bytes. This is the byte representation of what is in the packet. And so this is the byte view. On the right here, on the right-hand side, this is what it would be if it was human readable. So obviously this doesn't look like anything when we're talking about human readable. That's because this is an encrypted packet. And sometimes the stuff is encrypted, which means that we can't read it, but when it's not encrypted, we should be able to read it. Okay, so let's go ahead and get some answer some questions on TryHackMe. So over here, we've got a question. So we can just scroll all the way down. If you want to read about all of the information, there's a lot of information on the TryHackMe task over here. This is task number 14 on the page. But what we're going to do is we're going to try to answer some of these questions by doing some stuff. And so the first question over here, it says, HTTP number 1 get request section, what is the directory found on the web server? So what we're going to do is we're going to answer some questions by doing some stuff in Wireshark. Okay, so in this case, we need to get some HTTP packets, and we need to filter on this. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to Wireshark, and we're going to go over to the display filter here. So the display filter is going to let you filter out packets depending on whatever criteria you give to it. So click into the display filter, and we want to take a look at HTTP packets. So type in the word HTTP dot, let's see, HTTP dot requests dot, hold on. This can get a little bit confusing, so I actually wrote myself a little guide. So the guide is over here. And if you want to take a look at the guide yourself, then it's going to be on this page. Let me go ahead and give it to everybody in chat. Okay, so this is the wrong, is this the wrong, no. Where's all this data going? Okay. So part 1 is, http.request.method. Okay. So type in http.request.method equal, and then capital letters GET for get. So this is basically going to retrieve all the GET requests in HTTP. And if you're wondering what this looks like, this is what you want to paste into the filter window. So this right here, http.request.method equals get. This is going to get only the HTTP packets that are sent with the get request. So when we say get request, that just basically means that it's a request to a web page to get some information. And what the question asks us is, which directory are we looking at? So when you take a look at the info over here, so there's this info column, there's length, there's protocol, there's destination source. They're all going to a particular directory. So most of them are going to one directory. Can you tell me what that directory is? Matthew says, I'm going out for dinner. I'll definitely subscribe. Thank you very much, Matthew, and have a great dinner. Hope to catch you later. So in this case, it's going to go to this login directory over here. So this is the answer for the first question that the room is asking us for. And we're just going to go over to TryHackMe, and it asks which directory is found on the web server. The answer is login. So just type in the word login and then click on submit. And then it says that's the correct answer. Okay. All right, everybody. So if you managed to successfully answer this question over here, please type in the chat Q1 done. Smiley face. So we got the information by filtering out all of the packets that we didn't need, and then taking a look at the packets. Okay, let's go back. Actually, no. Before we go back, let's take a look at the next question. So the next question is, what is the username and password used in the login page? So HTTP post section. So we're not talking about the GET requests anymore. We're talking about POST requests. So in HTTP, GET requests are the requests that get information from a web page, but POST requests are requests that send information to a web page. So this is going to be what we're going to do to get the post requests is we're going to change the method in the filter window. So we're going to change it from get over to post. So just highlight get and then type in post in all caps, just like this, and hit enter again. So these are all the packets that just send the HTTP post requests. There are not very many of them. And what we're looking for is a password. So what we can do is we can go over to the bytes view, and you can see that the bytes, this time we can read what's going on in the packet. Because, so even though this is the hex representation, this is the text representation. WeirdFox asks, what could be the suggestion on starting to learn ethical hacking literally from knowing nothing? So if you want to learn ethical hacking from knowing absolutely nothing, I would start with pcap. So pcap is a great little website. I've got a playlist on YouTube that covers a bunch of pcap challenges. Let me grab that really quickly for you. Okay, so the full pcap web playlist, we've got 96 different videos. I'll just paste into chat for everybody who's interested in taking a look. But let's go back. Okay, so in this window, you can scroll all the way down, and at the very bottom of this first packet here, there's going to be a password. So when you see the password here, I want you to double-click on the password. So when you double-click on the password, it's going to bring up exactly this information as it appears in the details view, in the packet details view over on the left-hand side. So you're going to see that the password for this particular packet is this. So somebody submitted a username and tried to log in using this username and password. So if you can look at the packets, at the network packets, you could potentially see people's usernames and passwords. And that's one of the important things about being able to examine these packets, because you can get some secret information that way. Okay, so the password is this. We're looking for this Christmas 2021. And what we can do is we can right-click on it. So this row here, right-click on it, and then select copy, and then select value. So we're going to select the value in this particular row, and that's the password. So click on copy value, then go back to TryHackMe, and this is the answer for number 2. What is the username and password used in the login? Okay, they want the username as well. So okay, so click into the answer field here, paste in the answer. Oh, that's not it. Okay, hold on. Let's go back. So let's see. So the answer is McSkitty and Christmas 2021. So let's go ahead and type that in. So McSkitty, Christmas 2021. I'll just give this answer to everybody in the chat. McSkitty, and then colon, Christmas 2021, exclamation point. Okay, so let me go ahead and provide this to everybody in chat. Okay, so WeirdFox says, what could be, okay, so I have tried it but get stuck sometimes. Is it only possible in HTTP? So in HTTP, you can read all the stuff in plain text, in plain old English. Let's see. User A says, on the right side, what do we click in order to get the password? So this is what you do. So go down to the bottom of the packet. So okay. So the packet view, the hex view is on the right-hand side. Go ahead and scroll down to the very bottom of the packet, and you'll see this password over here. So double-click on the password, and what you can do is you can right-click on it. Right-click on it in the detail view over here on the right-hand side. Right-click on it, then go over to copy, and then copy value. So copy and then value. And then you can go over to TryHackMe and paste in. Okay, so that did work. Great. Okay, so everybody, if you managed to answer question number 2 with this over here, McSkitty Christmas 2021 exclamation point, please type in the chat Q2 done. Q2 done. Yay. And if you're having trouble, let us know. We'll try to help you out as best we can. Okay, we've got a few more questions to go. I think there are 6 questions, or I think there are 7 questions that we have to answer in total. Okay, the next question is, what is the user agent's name that has been sent in HTTP number 2 post section? Okay, so I think they're talking about the HTTP post requests over here, and we can see them over in here. And what we're looking for is the user agent. So user agent is basically the type of browser or the type of device that was used to access a web page. So what we can do is we can scroll up to the top, and at the very top, you're going to see user agent over here. So at the top, you're going to see the word user agent, and what you can do is you can double click on that. So when you double click on it, you're going to see it highlighted over here in the detail view. So what you want to do is you want to right click on the user agent here. And Grolden, hello, nice to see you here on YouTube. Welcome to the stream. Right click on it and then do copy value. So right click, copy value, and this is the user agent that we're going to use for the answer, okay? WeirdFox says, everybody uses HTTPS, nobody is using HTTP now. You still see people using HTTP, and it's important to understand that there's a lot of redirection between HTTP and HTTPS, but we're not really talking too much about that particular detail in today's lesson. But anyways, let's go back to here. This is question number 3. What is the user agent's name that has been sent in this section? Go ahead and click on the field and then paste in the answer. It should be TryHackMe user agent something like this. But go ahead and submit that. And I'll just leave it in the chat just in case you want to use this instead. Conrado Fix, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, let's move on to the next question. So the next question is this. So it says here, in the DNS section, there is a txt DNS query. What is the flag in the message of the DNS query? So DNS is basically, can you explain the user after the agent part? Okay, let's do that again. Okay, so inside this these HTTP packets here, you're going to see at the very top, there's going to be this user agent section. So user agent is the type of device that's being used to access the web page. Double click on it, and then after you double click on it, you're going to see this highlighted here in the on the left hand side. So left click, copy value, and then after you do that, go over to the TryHackMe page, and then in the question, what is the user agent's name? Click into it and then paste in the answer and then click on submit. And the next question is, in the DNS section, there's a txt DNS query. What is the flag in the message of the DNS query? So when we're talking about DNS packets are basically packets that are asking about they're basically asking about what different IP addresses are. So what IP address is which URL address? It's basically like a telephone book or like a search query inside of these packets. So let's go ahead and go back to TryHackMe here. Sorry, the attack box. And the attack box, we're going to go back up to the filter at the very top. So the filter at the top, go ahead and delete what's already there, and then type in the word DNS. and then hit enter. So after that, you're going to see all of these DNS packets. So WeirdFox asks, what is your opinion about US for cybersecurity jobs? I would like to work in the US. There are a lot of cybersecurity jobs in the US. I don't live in the US, so I don't do any US cybersecurity jobs. But it's a pretty competitive market in the US for cybersecurity jobs. Okay, so what question do we have to answer? So in the DNS section, there is a txt DNS query. What is in the flag in the message of the DNS query? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to go over to here, and we're going to look for a txt packet. So what we can do is we can click on the search filter here. So we're going to do DNS-txt, or is it DNS.txt? So DNS.txt is only going to get the DNS packets with the txt flag, and there's only one. So DNS.txt at the top over here, and that's going to filter out everything but one packet here. So just click on it, and you're going to see in the bytes view, in the text view, in the hex view, you're going to see this over here. So there's a flag. A flag is basically some text that's wrapped up in these curly braces over here. You can double click on it, and you can go down, and you're going to see this txt AOC3 is awesome, and then there's this this flag value. So go ahead and right click on it, right click on the row, and then copy value. So just like everything, right click and then copy value. Go back to TryHackMe here, and then paste in the flag. Thank you very much, WeirdFox, for redeeming the no flicker video. Okay, so I think we only want this part over here. We don't want the AOC3 is awesome part. So just delete that. And oh, it looks like we want all of that stuff. Hold on. We want all of that stuff. Sorry. So paste in everything, and then click on submit. It looks like it didn't want that. Hold on. Let me get rid of the AOC3 is awesome part, and then let me get rid of this. It looks like the answer is too short. That's odd. Did we copy everything? Oh, wait. We should be able to right-click, copy value, and that should be it. Hold on. Let me try it one more time. It only copied some of the flag. That's weird. Let me go ahead and get the rest of the flag. So everything after 1AA. 1AA. Yeah, it didn't copy the entire thing. It's weird. Let's see. Copy all visible items. Okay, then let me try that one more time. Wow, that was way too much. Okay. Let's why is this not working? Okay, and then copy. Let me just copy everything, and then I'll try to. Okay, so it should be this right here. I'm just going to copy this manually and I'll provide it to everybody. This was, don't know why it has to be this complicated. Okay, then this is the second part of the flag. And this is the third part of the flag. Okay, so this is the flag. Please submit this. Let's go back and submit this together. Okay, paste it in, click on submit, done. Great, okay. So in the FTP section, what is the FTP login password? So I think this is going to be the last question we're going to be answering today, because we're running short on time. So when we're talking about FTP packets are basically file transfer protocol packets, and Weird Fox says Linux hits different, you know? Linux is pretty cool. Okay, so if we want to take a look at FTP packets in Wireshark, this is what we do. So just go over to your filter bar over here and get rid of what's already there and type in the word FTP and then hit enter. And these are all the FTP packets that were sent over the network. And what we need to do is we need to get the password for the FTP login. So when we go over to FTP, we can see that there's somebody submitted a password over here. So this should be the third packet. So somebody submits a username and then somebody submits a password. So click on the third packet. Actually, no, it's the fourth packet. And then you're going to see this password over here. So pass and then this one. So double click on that. And then go ahead and go over to the left-hand side, right click it, then do copy value. Then go back to TryHackMe and then answer the question, what is the FTP password? Paste in the answer, TryHackMe over here, click on submit. Okay. All right, everybody. So if you managed to complete that question, let us know in the chat by typing in question. Which question was this? I think this is question 6, question 5. Q5 done. Smiley face. And as usual, if you were having some troubles, let us know. Let's see. Can you repeat how to answer this question? Okay, so this is what you do. Go over to your Wireshark, and in the display filter over here, just type the word FTP in, because we're taking a look at the FTP packets. So hit enter after that, and then, so keep in mind that over here, there's one packet, I think it's the fourth packet, it says pass, and pass stands for password in this case. So click on that packet, and then over here it says pass, and then it says TryHackMe something something. So double click on that, then go over to the left-hand side. You're going to see this over here, request argument, TryHackMe, right click, do copy value, then go over to the TryHackMe page and paste in your answer here, and then click on submit. Okay. So Weird Fox says, one day I downloaded a file from the web. Instead of downloading it in the downloads directory, it saved it somewhere randomly. That sounds a little bit suspicious, but let's go ahead and finish out today's lesson because we're running out of time. Okay, so let's review the digital forensics concept we learned in this workshop. So we learned about a lot of stuff, but more importantly, we got hands-on with the Wireshark program, and we're going to be using the Wireshark program in the next class to learn some more tricks that we can use with Wireshark to get exactly the information that we want. So network traffic. Anytime a network device sends data from one device to another, network traffic is generated as network packets are sent back and forth. So pcap files. Files which contain a collection of network traffic are called packet capture files. And one specialty of digital forensics is the analysis of network traffic in pcap files. and Wireshark. Wireshark is a program which is widely used for network traffic analysis, and we're using it to learn about analyzing pcap files. Okay, so what's next? So in the next Digital Forensics Workshop, we're going to practice more network traffic analysis with the TryHackMe platform. So everybody, please look forward to that. All right, so I'm going to be finishing out today's lesson for the Zoom students. To everybody on YouTube and Twitch, we're just going to go over to Be Right Back screen, but we're going to be back in a few minutes, and then we will continue on with our live stream. Okay, so we'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, everybody, we're back. All right, so that was the HackerFrogs after school session section of the live stream. We're going to be moving on to our next topic, and the next topic is going to be talking about puzzle games. So we're going from Wireshark to puzzle games. We're going to be talking about the particular puzzle game we've been doing a series on over the last couple of weeks, and the game is called Baba Is You. So Baba Is You is a fun puzzle game, but one great thing about Baba Is You is that it can teach us a lot about systems, and as hackers, we interact with systems all the time. If you want to take a look at a free version of Baba Is You, there's one over here, and it's a Java. I think it's a Java-based version of Baba's U. Of course, it's not fully. It doesn't have all the bells and whistles of the full game, but it's okay for testing out the game to see if it's something that you like. So this is one of my favorite games, and basically, the fun thing about Baba's U is that you can go ahead and mess around with all these rules that you set up in the game. And basically, making rules and breaking rules is very much something that we like to do as hackers and as cybersecurity people. So we're going to be taking a look at some levels of the game. We're going to be talking about how we can take advantage of the systems that are set in place by these puzzle games. And we're going to be talking about all the fun little things that you can do inside this game. So we're going to be spending the next hour or so talking about that. And then after that's done, we're going to be doing some Linux hacking. So the, no, not this. We're going to be doing Docker Labs. So Docker Labs is a platform where we can do cybersecurity learning. It's basically a place where people submit vulnerable Linux Docker containers, and you can deploy these containers on your own machine and then do hacking against them. So you deploy them on your Linux machine, you hack, and let's see. Valley asks, can you solve one CTF now? Which CTF are you talking about? Let me know what you are talking about as far as CTF stuff is concerned. So I do take requests if you want me to take a look at a CTF challenge. I can't solve CTF challenges that are ongoing. I can't help. So if you want me to solve CTF challenges that are currently in play, I can't do that because that's cheating. But let's go ahead and start up the Baba's U game. If you're wondering where we keep all of our walkthroughs for these games, you're going to find them over at this GitHub link over here. So Valley asks, it is about an RDP connection captured in Wireshark. It is not currently in play. Not currently in play. Okay, so where can we locate the challenge? Which website can we find it at? So I wouldn't say that I'm particularly super talented at looking at Wireshark stuff, but we might be able to take a look at it for a little bit. Okay, but let's go ahead and take a look at the stuff we're going to be doing for Baba's U. So we're currently on area number 2, the solitary island, and I think we're doing this level over here called Catch the Thief. So Valley YT says it's in Cyber Edu. Its name is ReRDP and Cyber EDU tenant. It's a Romanian website for CTFs. So you're going to need to. Weird Fox asks, is it a native Linux or a virtual machine? So I run all virtual machines for the live stream because I don't want to risk my actual machines getting well, I don't. Yeah. It's good to keep separated. Anyways, yeah, it's a virtual machine. It's a Romanian website for CTFs. So Valley, what I'd like you to do is go ahead and create a post over at the Reddit. So we've got the HackerFrogs Reddit, and leave the link for the CTF challenge at the Reddit, okay? And then we can take a look a little bit later, and then we can then maybe we can do a demo over there. Okay, let's go ahead and start the game, Baba's U. So let us know if the music is too loud, because we don't want the music to be too loud in this game. But we do want it to be around. Okay, so let's continue. WeirdFox says a VPN can do the job. Yeah, but VPNs can slow down your internet traffic. So that's why I prefer to do stuff inside of virtual machines. All right, so let's go ahead and go over to this first level, and we're going to try to cover all of the levels in this particular area today. I think there are another 5 or 6 levels. So this next level is called Catch the Thief. And let's go ahead and enter the level. Okay, so we've got a bunch of rules that we need to keep in mind here. So we've got, what rules do we have in play here? We've got skull is defeat. So skull is defeat means we can't touch the skulls, because if we touch the skulls, then we lose. And that is not what we want. So we also have pipe is stop. That means that we can't move beyond these pipes over here, and the pipes basically impede our process. Okay. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Attune Toto. Thank you very much. And welcome to the HackerFrogs. We haven't done any of our video redeems in a while. Let's go ahead and redeem a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so we've got 2 other rules in here. There's Baba is you, which means that we are Baba, this little white rabbit thing. And we got robot is move. So move is kind of a new rule. It means that whatever is move is going to move in a direction depending on what direction it's facing. So after whatever is moving around hits an obstacle, it's going to turn around and move in the opposite direction. But we got to be quick, because the robot is moving around, and the robot is going to break this rule, Baba is you, which means that we can't play anymore. Valley asks, here you are, will you try in the next 10 minutes? I should really go to sleep. I'm only... Okay. We're going to finish 1 level of Baba is you, and then we'll take a look at the CTF. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. But yeah, just hang in there. We should be getting to... We'll take a look at your CTF in a few minutes. Okay, so we're going to go back, and what we need to do is we need to move this rule out of the way before the robot breaks the rule. So what we're going to do is we're just going to move above the Baba is you rule, and we're going to move down to get the rule out of the way so that the robot doesn't break the rule. Okay, from here we can actually start solving the level. What we need to do is we need to move this win tile out of this area here, because, well, we don't have access to this area because there are all these skulls here, and the skulls are defeat, so we can't move through them, otherwise we'll be destroyed. So what we need to do is we need to wait until the robot moves around into this area. And when it does, then what we're going to do is we're going to break this robot is move rule. And after we do that, we can also take control of the robot. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to do robot is you. So robot is you. We're going to create that rule, which means we're controlling both the robot and we're controlling Baba. So we can move both of these characters around at the same time. What we want to do is we want to use the robot to move this win tile out so we can actually finish the level. So we're going to move the win tile out, and then we're going to use Baba to move the win tile out. After that, all we need to do is we need to set up a win condition. So the win condition is going to be, let's make Baba is win. So we're no longer controlling Baba. Thank you very much, O'Nelly, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. So we're going to set up Baba is win, and then that means that when we touch Baba, we will win the level. So let's go ahead and touch Baba, and then we win. Okay, so before we finish up with this level, let's talk a little bit about what we did in the level, and then we will move on. Okay, so over here, okay, what are our key points? So the key point in this level is move the rule Babas you down before the robot breaks the rule. So that's the first thing we need to do in the level. And in order to solve the level, first we move Babas you down to save it from being broken by the robot, and then we wait until the robot is to the left of the skulls, and then we break the rule robot is move. After that, we're gonna form the rule robot is Baba. I guess robot is Baba is another way we can finish the level by taking control of the robot and turning it into Baba. Then we move the text, the win text out, and then we form the rule Baba is win, and then touch Baba to finish the level. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue on. And Valley YT asked us to take a look at the CTF challenge. So let's go ahead and do that over at the Reddit. Okay, so we got the CTF challenge. Very interesting challenge, which involves an RDP connection captured via Wireshark. So let's take a look at this. So the first thing we need to do is we need to make sure that this is not. Is this? Let me make sure that this link is. Is this link working? Okay, so the description says something group has infiltrated your digital fortress and sees your deepest web secrets. Want proof? It's right here. So we're going to look for a flag, and I guess the flag is going to be in this format, CTF, and then there's going to be some sort of hash content in between the squiggly brackets. So what is it asking us to do? We probably need to download a pcap file, according to what Valley YT was talking about. You should have an account to get the file for downloading. So we need to make an account over at this website, because apparently we can't download it otherwise. Anyways, let me go ahead and make an account really quick. So I'll do that off screen so that I don't accidentally leak any information. I didn't think that I would have to start registering for websites today. Hold on, I need to make a password. Okay, let me grab one. Darkstar, hello, nice to see you here on Twitch. Nice to see you. Thank you. Welcome. Okay, so let's see. Valley YT asks, you want me to put it on file on Mega or Mediafire for you? No, I'll download it myself. I just need to. I think I'm registered now. I need to go over to my email account and finish the registration. Just a second. Zacho TV says, I want to learn and get CPTS, but I want to come. Reading in Hack the Box Academy, it's boring. Yeah. I think we were talking about that. We were talking about that in another stream, right? Zacho TV. I think you talked about that before. Okay, so the email has been verified, so I think I can log into the service now. Hold on. Okay, then I need to submit my password. Just a second. Okay, do you want to participate in the survey? Not now, thank you. Okay, so we got all these. I think this is the challenge we're talking about here. Not attempted, not solved. Great. And this was created 7 months ago, so that's good. It's nice to see that this is not a current CTF event that we're doing stuff right now. Let's see. We need to unlock the challenge. We need to unlock the challenge. Okay, so click unlock. Great. Then we need to download the file. So where's the download? 19 megabytes. These are the files. So where's the download link? Okay, we can download it here. Okay, and then prevented the site from opening a pop-up window. Let's see if we managed to successfully download it. No, I don't think we did. Oh, that was the pop-up window, huh? I guess we need to allow pop-ups for this site. Let me get rid of that one. Okay, so we managed to download the file, and let's go ahead and take a look. Alright, so downloads directory. This is probably the pcap we're looking at, so let's go ahead and open this up. xdg open on this thing. And what we need to do, we need to locate the RDP, right? So that's a particular protocol, RDP. Nope, it doesn't look like there are any RDP packets in here. So what was the description of the challenge one more time? Read this carefully because sometimes the author might leave hints. So group has infiltrated your digital fortress and seized your deepest web secrets. Want proof? It's right here. So I guess the what do the CTF flags look like for this particular event? Is it just going to be CTF, or is it going to be something else? So one thing we could do inside of Wireshark . One thing we can do inside of Wireshark, how many packets are here? So there are 1,163. CTF hash. So one thing we can look for is we can search for that particular pattern inside these packets. So let's see if these are all the same protocol. So there's TCP, there's probably HTTP, and it looks like there aren't any other protocols that are being used. So we can go ahead and do Control F, and we can look for a display filter. And we can punch in the word CTF. So it doesn't look like there's anything for CTF, but we can look for a string. And it doesn't look like there's anything that matches that particular string. Okay. What else can we do? We can take a look at so let's see. Valley says it's not that simple. This was for the Def Camp qualifiers in 2024. So qualifiers 2024. It's a little hint. You have to export HTTPS objects. So how do we export HTTPS objects? So you need to go over to File and Export Objects. So it looks like we would probably be exporting HTTP objects here. And it looks like there are a few different objects. that we can export. So I guess we export them all, and then we examine the objects one by one. So let's see. I guess we can save them. There's a save all option over here. And let's go ahead and save these in the temporary directory. Okay, and then select. Did that save? Options, computer, temp, open. And did that do anything? Let me check. Looks like we saved a bunch of these things over here. Let's see what those are. I don't know if these are the actual... I think these are the objects we're looking for, but I don't know what these are. I should probably run the file command on them to figure out what they are. Okay, so these are PDF documents. PDF documents, ASCII text. We should probably look at the ones that are ASCII text first. And... yeah, it looks like I saved it twice. So... Oh. I don't like the naming of... I don't like that. Okay, I think this is the pcap file. Yeah, this is a pcap file. So I guess what you need to do is you need to open up this pcap file as well. So, okay, this is where the RDP stuff is. So we're gonna filter on RDP. And there's only two packets here. So cookie, this is probably a hint over here. So cookie mst s hash vbox user. So what are we looking for? What is the what's the goal of the challenge? So the challenge is saying, I guess we're just looking for a flag, right? So RERDP. So I can't spend too long looking at this because I got to stick to my schedule. But let's see. So there was one pcap file embedded in another pcap file. The thing about this is that this is encrypted. So this one is encrypted. This one is not. Well, this one's partially encrypted. Let's see if we can follow a conversation. Follow the TCP stream. Okay, we got a bunch of information here, but I don't think if this is all encrypted, we won't be able to get anything out of it. So my suggestion is look for other packets that have this content over here. So the cookie, MSTS hash or vbox user, and then take a look at what's going on from there. But yeah, good luck solving the challenge, Valley YT. This might be too difficult for for what I know about Wireshark. I only know how to do some basic stuff in there. But let's see. So 7 months ago, this was, yeah, DEF Camp 2024 qualifiers. Might not be... This is rated as a medium level challenge. It's probably the fact that you have to inspect all of the objects that you downloaded, and then... What were the other objects? The other objects were this. So this is ASCII text. We should probably take a look at this, just in case there's some clues in there. Okay, okay. So it looks like we've got some hex. Client random, client random. These are probably... It's probably not the case where you can just decode this from hex and then get some sort of answer, but I don't know, maybe. If that's the case, then we could go over to something like hex to ASCII and just paste in a bunch of hex, get rid of whatever is not hex, and then do some conversion. Doesn't look like anything to me. Okay. What are the other files? So the other files, we got some PDF documents, and if these are legitimate PDF documents, you could probably examine these using the EXIF tool. So EXIF tool, this file. And you could also just open up the PDF files. So CyberChef. Maybe we could definitely use CyberChef, but if we just take a look at it, this is test PDF1 with sample content. Sure, no problem. We could also strings this thing. These were the secrets. We need to decrypt that pcap file in order to get the real RDP session, I guess, because of the security. So what I would do is I would download all those files, and then after that, just examine all of these files with a bunch of forensics tools, so like EXIF tool, like strings, and try to find some clues. So I don't think I'm going to be able to solve this on the stream, because well, it might take a really long time, and I've got other stuff to do on the live stream. But yeah, good luck, Valley YT, and let us know if you managed to finish it. Valley YT asks, how old are you? I'm 45. Yeah, I got into cybersecurity in the year 2020, and now I am trying to teach people the basics of doing cybersecurity. But you were in high school, I think you said you're in high school, right, Valley YT? Good luck with the challenge, and let's go ahead and move on to the next level of Baba Is You. Okay, the next level is level 8, Tiny Pond. Okay, let's go ahead and start this level. Word Fox says, you sound like 25. Thank you. Not 25. Definitely not 25. Valley YT, is your salary good in this cybersecurity area? Salaries are pretty good in cybersecurity. I don't necessarily directly work in cybersecurity right now. I'm working to do cybersecurity education here on YouTube and on Twitch, so it doesn't pay nearly as well as regular cybersecurity jobs. Okay, so Tiny Pond. Let's go ahead and start this level, and hopefully I can remember what's going on here. Sigma says, 45, you sound extremely young. Well, thank you, thank you. I've got, I guess I've got young voice. Maybe voices are kind of the last thing to go. Old person voice is when you're so old that your voice starts to go. Anyways, what's going on in this level? So we've got a few different rules that we need to pay attention to. And the first rule we've got is water is stop and shut. So you can't move past the water because it's got the stop rule. And it's got the shut rule applied as well, which means we can open it. We can destroy it by using an object that has the open rule applied to it. Weird Fox asks, what did you do in cybersecurity? So I was a web app security tester, which means that people paid me to test security on their websites. So identify all the problems on the website and then write a report. It was a very intense job, and you had to do a lot of report writing. Not the hacking was fun. The report writing was less fun. Let's just put it that way. Okay, let's go ahead and the other rules that are in play is Baba is you and open, but we can change this. So Baba is you, which means we control Baba, of course, and open means that if Baba runs into the water, then Baba and the water will be destroyed. We don't want this. We want to make another object open. And we've got a couple of objects right here. We've got a flag and we've got a key. So what we need to do to finish the level is we need to create two of one of these objects, either the flag or the key. I'm going to create two of the keys, and we're going to do that by forming this rule. So the rule is going to be flag is key. Let me go ahead and do that. Okay, so flag is key, which means now that we have got two of these keys. The next thing we want to do is we want to become the key, so we can use the key to open up one of these water tiles. So we become key is you and open, which means we now control the keys. So we're just going to open up this one tile over here with our key, and then we're going to move out the wind tile. So we can move the wind tile over here, and then we can move it out. And then we can make anything the win condition from here. In this case, let's go ahead and make Baba into the win condition. So we're going to do Baba is win. So let's set that up. After that, we can touch Baba to finish the level. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so before we finish out the level, let's talk a little bit about how we solved the level over at GitHub. So the key point in this level, well, there's no real key point, but what do we do to solve the level? So form the rules flag is key to get two keys. Then we form the rule key is you and open, so that we can move two keys around. Use one of the keys to open the water tile located to the lower right of the win text, and then use the remaining key to move the win text out. After that, we form the rule key is you and win, or we could form the rule Baba is win and then touch Baba, but we finish the level in anyways. Okay, so what do we got in chat right now? So Wild Fox says, Weird Fox says, report writing is the most disgusting thing ever in my life. That's an interesting, interesting opinion. The thing that people don't understand about penetration testing, about pen testing in cybersecurity, is that the report is the thing that gets you paid. If you can't prove to the company that you found the vulnerabilities and you can't tell them how to fix their vulnerabilities, then it's kind of not worth it for the companies to hire you to do the security testing. But yeah, I can understand that people don't like report writing because it's not very fun. But anyways, let's move on to the next level. Okay, the next level is research facility. Let's take a look at this level. So it says here, we need to set up a moving object to break inconvenient rules. Well, let's talk a little bit more about this. Okay, this is level 9, research facility. Okay, we've got a bunch of different stuff going on here. And before we start the level, let's go ahead and talk about what's going on. First, we'll talk about the rules that we can't change. So Kiki is defeat, which means that we can't move past this guy right here, Kiki, because he will cause us to lose. And some other rules that we can't change are wall is stop. So these walls, these are preventing us from moving around. That's fine. And we've got this other rule we can't change, which is bolt is melt. So bolt is melt means that if this lightning bolt here comes into contact with an object that's hot, it will be destroyed. So in this case, the only objects that are hot in this level are these skulls. So we need to make sure that the lightning bolt doesn't come into contact with the skulls, otherwise it'll be destroyed. And what we need to do is we need to use this lightning bolt to move in this line over here to break this rule called skull is hot. Wait, are we breaking the rule skull is hot? No. We're going to be breaking the rule skull is defeat, because what we need to do is we need to move this defeat tile into here. We need to move the defeat tile into here to form the rule skull is defeat, and then afterwards we're going to be breaking that rule by using the bolt to push past. WeirdFox says, guess I'm not going to be a pen tester. WeirdFox also says, there was a project in which I had to type 35 slides, and writing is the most stressful thing for me. I'm lazy. So here's the thing. A big part of writing reports for cybersecurity is learning how to document stuff. And if you want to work in cybersecurity, you have to learn how to do documentation. So documentation is just recording what you found and recording the method of reproducing whatever it is. So, I mean, we do a lot of report writing over... Well, okay, we don't do a lot of report writing. We do a lot of documentation. So I do a lot of documentation over at my GitHub over here. So I got GitHub. I've got my walkthroughs, and each one of these walkthroughs is kind of like it's kind of like a mini report. It basically tells you how to finish certain challenges, kind of like this. So you're basically recording how you did something. That's the whole point of a walkthrough. But if you work in cybersecurity, you're going to have to do a lot of this documentation. If you just hack and finish hacking like a big sophisticated cybersecurity challenge, but you didn't record how you did it, then that's kind of a problem. In cybersecurity, if you didn't document it, then it didn't happen. It's documentation, docs or it didn't happen, basically. Okay, let's go ahead and finish this level here. So the first thing we need to do is we need to set up the lightning bolt over here. So the lightning bolt is push. We're going to push it into a position over here. And what we want to do is we want to give us some time. So it's going to move over here, then it's going to move over this way. What we want to do is we want to eventually have the lightning bolt break this rule over here, and then we'll be able to move out and move the wind tile out and then finish the level. WeirdFox says, let's see, when I sit down to learn some Python, I get bored and distracted after some time and start playing games. What can I do to focus? You have to... What can you do to focus? You need to work on some stuff that's... We need to start engaging your brain, basically. So when you talk about learning some Python, if you're learning to do something that you want to do in Python, so basically use Python to do some stuff that interests you, then you will feel like learning Python is less boring, right? So basically, if you use Python to help you solve cybersecurity exercises, that might be a little bit more exciting than just learning it to learning out of like a textbook or something. Okay, so the problem is that after we move over here, we form this rule, skull is defeat, and we need to break the rule by using the lightning bolt. And let me demonstrate how we do that. We do that by setting up bolt is move. And I'm just going to set it up over here. So bolt is move. And then we're going to race the lightning bolt over here. We set up this rule, skull is defeat, which means that skull is no longer hot, which means that the lightning bolt can break the rule skull is defeat. And then we're going to move down. We're going to move the win tile out. And then we're going to set up the rule bolt is win. But before we do that, we're going to make sure that the bolt is in a position where we can actually access it. So from here, we can touch the bolt and finish the level. Okay, WeirdFox says, when I feel like coding, I can't get any creative ideas to help me engaged. That's the issue. So, what are you... Okay, so WeirdFox says, I'm thinking of making a vending machine, but get puzzled out and I get mad. Vending machine? You mean like coding a vending machine, like some sort of vending machine logic in Python? I think one thing you could do to help you out is that, even if you don't understand exactly what's going on in Python, you could get an AI to help you out with a little bit of code. And for example, you could go over to let me demonstrate over here. So we got DeepSeek over here. Maybe we'll ask it something like, I want to code some simple Python that simulates using a vending machine to buy a candy bar. What would this code look like? Please include a lot of comments. Okay, and people say that you shouldn't use AI to do coding, especially if you don't understand the language. But what you want to do is you want to take a look at the code that is produced in this case, and then ask a lot of questions. So if you understand what exactly is going on, then that's fine. But if you come across some little piece of code where you don't understand what the code is doing, you could ask the AI, like, what does this line do? Why are you using this particular keyword? And what is the meaning of the parameters and stuff like that? And basically teach yourself how to code by asking a lot of questions. So if the code works, that's great. But the more important thing is that you figure out why the code looks like this. So I hope that I hope that helps. I've actually learned a lot about Python by asking the AI about different keywords, and basically I ask it to write some code, and it's like, why does it look like this? All that other stuff. WeirdFox says, I'm never against AI. We should use it to learn by taking advantage of it. It's legal. Taking advantage, well, don't do anything illegal. Don't if you come away from the stream with any lessons, the first lesson is don't do anything illegal. The second lesson is the great thing about AI is that you can ask it all the dumb questions you want, because the AI doesn't think that your questions are dumb. You can ask any question you want, and you don't have to feel bad about asking these things or embarrassed or anything. That's the great thing about AI. Okay, let's go ahead and finish out the level, but before we do that, let's talk about these key points. So we need to set up a moving object to break inconvenient rules. So this is something we do a lot inside this particular area, and the method of solve is this. So we push the bolt to the right of key facing the right, then we break the rule skull is hot. When it eventually runs into, yeah, we break the rule skull is hot by pushing the defeat tile. Then we wait until the moving bolt breaks the rule skull is defeat. Then we form the rule bolt is win when the bolt is on the right of key, touch the bolt and win. I guess we missed a step where we had to set up bolt is move, but that's well, hopefully you caught on to that. Anyways, let's move on to the next level. Okay, the next level is wireless connection. Okay, level 10. Okay, so this level actually illustrates a very interesting thing where we can get moving objects to set up rules for us. Before we talk about this, let's just talk about the rules that are established in the level. So in this level, pipe is stop, Baba is you, flag is flag. So flag cannot be transformed, no matter what rule we set up. And we also have this other rule that is very important, which is bog is defeat. So we don't have access ourselves to this portion of the map, the right-hand portion of the map, because if we run into the bog, then we are defeated. So what we need to do is we need to set up the rule over here, flag is win. So flag is rock and win, but basically the rock over here is just a gap filler. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up the rule like this, where we can eventually get the robots. Well, we're going to get some robots to push these rules over here so that it forms flag and rock is win. But the first thing we need to do is we need to get 2 robots, or 2 cogs, but I prefer robots. So we're going to set up the rule cog is robot to create another robot. So we got 2 robots now, and the next thing we're going to do is we're going to set up a rule called robot is push, so that we can push the robots into position. So robot is push. So this means we can push the robots around. We're going to push them in front of the text tiles here, because we want them to push them to form the rule on the other side of the bog. So the robots won't be destroyed if they touch the bog. We will, but the robots won't, because moving objects are not you, and only you can be defeated. So let's go ahead and get those robots moving by setting up robot is move. Okay, so the robots are moving, and when the rule is established flag and rock is win, because we're standing on the flag, we're going to win. So we're going to wait, and then we win. Okay, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about what we did to finish this level. So the key point in this level is we can use moving objects to push rules into place in areas in the map where we don't have access. So the method of solve in this case is form the rule cog is robot to create an extra robot. Okay? Push the and is text into position directly to the left of the block so that it'll form the rule flag and rock is win if pushed enough tiles to the right. Move the robots directly in front, directly to the left of these text objects. Then form the rule robot is move. Then we move over top of the flag while the robots are moving around. And eventually the robots are going to move these text objects into position to form the rule. Flag and rock is win. And then because we're moving on top, we're on top of the flag, we win. Okay, so let's move on to the next level. So that's going to be level number 11. Oh, the prison level. This is a great level because it teaches you a very important rule. Let's talk a little bit more about this. So, what is the key technique? So there's a technique used in this level that can be used to break up rules that normally cannot be broken due to being pushed up against the wall. So let's talk about this. So level 11, the prison level. So here I will admit that I had to look up the solution to this level because you wouldn't, if you were just following the rules, you wouldn't ever consider the solution. And let's talk a little bit about the solution in this case. So we got the rule wall is stop over here, and because wall is stop, we can't get to the win tile. So we need to find a way to break up the wall is stop rule. The thing is that because wall is stop is pushed up against the wall, we can't really interact with it very well. And the way we're going to actually solve the level is this. So we're going to set up the rule Kiki is push. So Baba is you, but now Kiki is push, and we can move Kiki around by pushing him around. So we're going to push Kiki over here, and then what we're going to do is we're going to break up the rule Kiki is push. So Kiki is push, which means we can now move on top of Kiki. So the other thing that can happen is that text can also move on top of Kiki. And because Kiki is not a push object or a stop object or you, that means these objects can overlap. So wall is on top, the wall text is on top of Kiki. If we set it up so that now Kiki is you, now we control Kiki. We don't control Baba, we control Kiki, and we can actually break the wall is stop rule by moving down. So we were previously overlapped over here, but the moment we become one of the objects that is in the stack, we can actually move out, and then we can break up this rule. So this is a very important rule, and you would probably wouldn't figure it out on your own. So this is where we have to know the tricks. This is one of the tricks of the game. So from here, we're no longer impeded by the stop rule, and we can go ahead and set up a win rule. Let's make it so that wall is win, just to stick it to those walls. Okay, so wall is win, so we can just touch a wall and win. Cybernerd Dante says, game hacking today, heck yeah. We're just talking about games and puzzles and systems and stuff. So I think that Baba's You is a great hacking game because it's all about taking advantage of rules and changing the rules around. W gamer. We're just yeah. But the thing about Baba's You is that when you get it and when you get the game to do what you want, then you feel really smart. But there are a number of tricks that you normally wouldn't get, and they're hidden tricks in this game as well. Let's talk a little bit about this level before we move on to the next one. Okay, so the key point here is that there's a technique used in the level that can be used to break up rules that normally cannot be broken due to being pushed up against the wall. So form the rule Baba is you and Kiki is push, sharing the same is tile. Push Kiki into the tile directly above the wall text. Then break the rule Kiki is push, which means that we can actually move into the Kiki object. Move the wall is stop rule up a tile so that the wall text overlaps with Kiki. Form the rule Kiki is you. So after we become Kiki in the stack, we can move down, breaking the rule wall is stop. Form the rule Kiki is win, or wall is win, whatever you want, to finish the level. Okay, let's move on to the next level. So let's see, there are a number of these extra levels. I might save the extra levels for the next stream, because I don't want to I don't want to play Baba Is You for too long on the stream. Let's go ahead and finish out today's Baba Is You session. So just going to go over to Baba Is You. We're going to exit. And let's go ahead and start up the next part of the stream. Okay, let's go ahead and play some music now. Haven't played, well, we played some Baba Is You music, but let's play some... It's time for some FTL. So Faster Than Light is a great sci-fi game, but it also has a great soundtrack. Let's play some music. If you think the music is too loud or too soft, let us know so that we can... okay. Looks like the music's not playing. Let me go ahead and change that. Hold on. I hate dealing with audio issues. Here we go. Okay, you should be able to hear the music now. All right, let's go ahead and do our Linux hacking exercise. So what we're going to do is we're going to demonstrate. Well, we're not going to demonstrate. We're going to do a challenge that we haven't done before, and this is going to be a Linux hacking challenge. Today we're going to be doing escalares. Escalares. I do not know... Well, actually, I didn't know what this word meant in Spanish, but it turns out this is a word that means school children. Helpful Husky, hello, nice to see you on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a Nyan Cat? Just for you, Helpful Husky. Okay, let's download the challenge, and then let's deploy the challenge to our machine. So these are Docker challenges, which means that they're basically virtual machine. Well, I wouldn't call them virtual machines. They're Linux machines that have been containerized, and after we download it, we can start doing our hacking against it. Dui Nguyen says, "Hi, bro. How to get started with the pen test?" Are you talking about pen testing a single machine, or are you talking about like how do you get a job doing pen testing, or what? Can you clarify the question, and then I can answer your question. When you say how to get started with pen test, I'm not too sure what specifically you're asking for. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so we'll run them on YouTube as well. And then we'll put on some bird videos. It's time for the birds. Yup. How about this bird? There you go. All right, I'm going to take a little water break. We'll be back in about a minute or so. Okay, let's put the birds away, and then let's get going. All right, so we've downloaded this challenge here, and the challenge is called Escalares. So what we need to do is, first of all, let me get rid of the... I didn't finish this challenge. I should probably get back to it at some point. Modder says, "Hi, Shyhat. I was wondering if taking the Harvard CS50 Intro to Computer Science class is good to get base knowledge on C and Python to help with cybersecurity. Do you go to Harvard? Are you a Harvard student, Modish? Let us know. So CS50 Intro to Computer Science, is it good to get a base knowledge of C? Do they teach C and Python in that course? It's a free course. Oh, it's a free course. So let's take a look real quick. So let's see. CS50 Intro to Computer Science. It's an online course. Okay, so this is Harvard University. Well, I mean, free stuff is free stuff, and I'm not sure because I've never taken a look at what is going on. I mean, I've never taken a look at this course before, but what does it say? So we got 11 weeks. We got 10 to 20 hours per week. So how many hours is that total? So say we're doing 10 weeks. So 10 times 11. So that's a long time. So it gives you familiarity with a number of languages, including C, Python, SQL, and JavaScript. Let's see. Cyberner Dante says it's free online. It's super popular. Let's see. Sick in the Mind says can also do Codecademy. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how much support this particular course gives you. I mean, are you able to? How interactive is it? Because I always favor courses that that have a big like interactive component. If it's just videos, then I'm not sure if it's all that interesting. I'd rather learn about coding through something like Codecademy, because Codecademy gives you like an interactive environment. Oh, it's on demand. Okay, hands-on is important for screwing up and learning. Yeah, for sure. So, for example, on Codecademy here, like we're learning C. We've got our code window over here. We can mess around with that, and then we can take a look at different outputs, or if we're running, bad code, it'll tell us. So that's very important for the way I like to learn. Jose Alves says on demand, almost no interactivity. So that's kind of a problem. As far as so Monish asks, is it a good idea to get a good knowledge of C and Python to help with cybersecurity? I would say that if it's only videos, then I'd say go ahead and use something like Codecademy and maybe Skills for All. So Skills for All Python Essentials. So this course over here, this is very nice for learning Python. It's set up in a way that's very similar to Codecademy, but it's free. Well, I mean, Codecademy, some of it's free, but there's a lot of stuff on Codecademy that's also paid. But the Python course over here, this is all free. Jose Alves says, it's not bad. It's lecture-style videos. The teacher is good, but it's like sitting in a class. Yeah, I mean, if you're able to learn like that, then it's fine. I prefer stuff that's a lot more interactive and a lot more like task-based. But that's just the way I learn. But to answer your question, Modish, it's free. You'll go ahead and sign up for it and take a look at the videos. If it works for you, that's great. If it doesn't, that's also great. But the good thing is that it's free, which means that you don't have to sacrifice your money to find out. Jose Alba says, I'm the same way. That's why I stopped CS50. Huh. Oh, so Jose, you actually tried it out. Okay. So let's see. You can also get good Google Python cert through Coursera or other Google cyber certs. The important thing, I guess the other thing is it affordable? Like, this is why I prefer like free stuff, because I don't want anybody to pay money for stuff that's not necessarily something that they're going to get, benefit out of. Anyways, let's unzip this challenge here. It's called Escalares. Google certs are free as far as I know. Okay, that's great. That's great. I think there was a popular like Google cybersecurity certification that a lot of people were taking last year. Xman86. Hello, that's a great name. And welcome to the HackerFrogs. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about the Desert Frog? Let's see. Modder says, I'll try out CodeCammy as soon as I get home. I'm hoping to get myself to the point where I can read the code and do some small stuff, but I don't really want to become a master that knows it all. Yeah, that's what I aimed for when teaching C over here. Like I'm not great with C, but I want to learn how to do some basics in C. And most of the courses in Codecademy, they're all free, which is kind of surprising, but I guess it's not as popular a language as some other ones. But yeah, what else can we take a look at? So Google Cybersecurity Certification. So the Google Cybersecurity course, here we go. So this is Coursera, and I think you can... I don't know if you can do this one for free, but if anybody's interested in taking a look at it, let me go ahead and get the link. Let's see. Cybernerdnate says, I want to start doing the JavaScript challenges on Codecademy. JavaScript challenges is probably a good way to test your JavaScript skills, for sure. Okay, so Escalares, let's go ahead and start the challenge by deploying the thing. So what was it? chmod plus x on the auto-deploy script, and then run the auto-deploy script. Estamos desplegando la máquina vulnerable. Espere un momento. So it's been, every time I come back to these challenges, it feels like I haven't done them in a while. Like, even though I do these once a week, it feels like it's been like a super long time. Let's go ahead and check out what's going on in this particular challenge that's running on Docker on my machine. So let's do some nmap enumeration. So when we run nmap, we're trying to figure out what services and ports are open on a particular remote server. And we can use these different flags to get some additional information from nmap. So we're scanning all the ports with this particular argument here. We're getting very verbose output. We're running it very, very fast. And we're also running common scripts and versioning information on whatever we find. So when we run nmap, it's going to tell us 2 ports are open. So this is a typical CTF setup where port 80 is running HTTP, and it's probably going to give us some credentials that we can use to get access to the system on port 22, which is running OpenSSH. So, And what is this? Algina University School. Maybe. We should probably check this out. So we've got 2 ports we need to investigate. We probably don't want to investigate SSH on port 22 because it's very rare that that the OpenSSH SSH software itself is vulnerable, except in the case where it's running very, very old SSH software. I don't think that's the case in this case. So we can go ahead and do some web enumeration now. So we can use derb. It's Pagina Escolar Universitaria. University school page. Oh, okay, cool. Cybernerdnate says, blind guess, I'm guessing command injection. That's hard to say, but let's go ahead and check out the, let's use derb. We found a JavaScript. Oh, we got WordPress. So my guess is some sort of WordPress vulnerability. WordPress vulnerability into account takeover, into, what is it? Malicious file upload. That's my guess. And we also got, PHP stuff. We got robots.txt. We got robots.txt? Really? Okay. We should probably check that out. Well, we'll check it out later. Actually, let's check it out now. Okay, this doesn't help us at all. So normally robots.txt would point us towards a vulnerable endpoint. That's not the case here. Let's check out the site manually. Okay, we got a cybersecurity university. Universidad de Ciberseguridad. We got a, what is this? So from the other output, we know that this is probably running WordPress. So if we know that something is running WordPress, there's a register button. Is this register? It doesn't go anywhere though. So we can see by the we can click on it. It doesn't really go anywhere. There are a bunch of different pages. So we got alumni. I think this is alumni. This is the home page. This is teachers, professors. This is school, or is this students? This is students, right? Carreras. Is this careers? Or is this something else? I'm just kind of guessing here. Yeah, this is careers, I think. And there's contact. The literal translation is enroll yourself. And we got a contact form. Yeah, okay. So we probably want to scan this site using a tool like WP Scan. So because we're able to find a WordPress installation here, so /WordPress. I wonder, we can manually navigate to that page. So the WordPress directory. Okay, so this is some sort of administration page. T. Lucilla. I think this is the name of the author for this challenge. So I think what we need to do is we need to scan this using a common tool. Pebble is here. Pebble is here. Great. Nice to see you here, Pebble. If I recall correctly, clicking the button near the bookmark button should translate the page. Oh, right. Yeah. So this one, we can translate it from Spanish to English. WordPress administration. Okay. Yeah. But welcome to the stream, Pebble. Pebble is another cybersecurity content creator. Let's give them a shout out. So yeah, if you want to, Pebble streams. Hey Pebble, are you planning on streaming more than once a week, or are you still sticking to your Sunday schedule? Jex of All Trades is here too. Nice to see you here, Jex of All Trades, and welcome to the stream. Would love to once school is over. So school ends at the end of June, right? So the end of June, that's when the last... Wow! Jex of All Trades has just gifted a Tier 1 subscription. Thank you very much, Jex of All Trades. Thank you very much. And let's give you a fun video redeem. How about all the things? Drink all the booze and hack all the things.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yeah.
Okay, I think what we need to do now is... We have this reference to escalares.el, which looks like a domain. This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Alright, so escalares.dl, we should probably add this to the to our Etsy host file. So let's go ahead and do that. So sudo nano Etsy hosts. And let's add this one over here. So this one's going to be escalares.dl 172.17.02. So that might get us some extra information now that we've got a domain. So Okay, so this actually looks... I'm not too sure if this is completely necessary, but it's good to do anyways. So anytime we discover some sort of domain name, we should probably link that domain with whatever IP address we have. Okay, so I guess let's finally go ahead and scan this website by using WP scan. So I guess this is kind of like a brute force attack. Let's use... Oh, wow, I don't have any history for WP scan. How do you use this thing again? Let's go ahead and do the WP scan cheat sheet. Actually, you know what? I don't need to do a cheat sheet. I've got all sorts of other write-ups where I do WP scan, so I should probably look up one of those. Just a second, everybody. I'm going to look at this up on my computer. Okay, WP scan. I've got a bunch of different write-ups where I use WP scan. Okay, let's use one of these. Thank you very much for lurking in Jacks of all trades. No worries, no worries. Okay, so this is... What is the name of this box? It's escolares.dl, WordPress, look up all that stuff. Looks like you haven't updated in some time. We're not going to update. Okay, so what do we... So WP scan is going to run a bunch of different checks against the WordPress installation and try to get some information for us. So we're trying to enumerate vulnerable plugins, the users, the vulnerable themes, and I'm not too sure what the TT does, but if you know, let us know. Okay, so interesting headers. So we've got some server information. XPLRPC is going to get us some more information, particularly on users, I'm pretty sure. WordPress README, upload directory has listing enabled. That's, well, okay. We probably want to look there eventually. Actually, let's look there right now just to see if there's anything interesting uploaded there. So if we need to get access to some of these themes, we've got the WP File Manager Pro plugin, we've got the 2025 theme and the 2024 theme. And if we want to, we could, we know where to access these files if we manage to upload something. Okay, so what else do we have? External WP cron seems to be enabled, sure. WordPress version 6.5.4 identified. So we could actually look for some hacks associated with this version of WordPress. So let's go ahead and... TT is Tim Thumbsals. What is that? I don't know. No worries, no worries. Okay, so let's go ahead and do some research. And let's do some... this thing. So we're going to look for known hacks for this particular version of WordPress. So it doesn't look like we found anything that matches this particular version. What we should do is we should start making the version information a little bit wider. And I don't think it doesn't look like we caught anything with this version of WordPress. Tommy, hey, Tommy C06, hello, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so let's go back and take a look at what else we could discover here. So WordPress, this version was identified. WordPress theme in use is 2024. So let's see, version is out of date, latest version is this. Directory listening is enabled. We We should probably try to figure out what the version of this theme is, because it might have a vulnerability. Okay, so we got version 1.1. Let's go ahead and look this up too. So this is WordPress 2024. Let's do some research. So 2024, this version right here. And we didn't find anything. So nothing for 2024, huh? Okay, let's take a look at some other stuff. 2024. Let's see, vulnerable themes. So no vulnerable themes found. Oh, you know what? We should probably be searching with the API as well. Let's see. Tommy says, I'm thinking of streaming my intro to Python and Linux labs for my class, but don't want to stream the same time you're streaming. Well, I mean, you know. Let's see. You're sure it's not 2024? Well, you know, Tommy, yeah, I mean, if you want to, well, I mean, another thing is that you should probably ask your instructors if it's okay to live stream the content, because they might or might not be okay with you live streaming the content. It's better to make sure that everything's going to be okay first. But then again, they probably aren't going to catch you, so that's it's a third party. Oh, okay. So if it's third party, that's well, you know, make sure that everything's okay. So we got a username. We can add this username to our list. So we're just going to echo out this to users.txt. This name here, sure. But yeah, Tommy C6, if you stream it, I'll come by and say hi for sure. So twitch.tv, Tommy C6. Wow, Tommy what? Tommy C. Is that a 06 or an 06? You know what? I can just copy it from. That's a 06. Okay. Yeah, I'll give you a follow. Why not? Let me go ahead and plug this in so that I can give you a follow. Okay, there you go. So what do we got? It's always great to see more content creators, for sure. Okay, so what do we got? We got the user. We got 2024. So this is probably the way it's spelled, right? Maybe if we just... No, 2024 doesn't come back with anything. Nope. Just feel like the intro stuff would be welcoming. Yeah. I mean, everybody's beginner content is very popular on YouTube and Twitch. It's pretty good way to do about it. Can't WP scan brute force the passwords? You got one user. Yeah. I need to look up how to do that. So I think, let me go ahead and search this. WP scan brute user. WP scan brute force? Sure. Let's see. Tommy says, I also have a promising job for teaching intro to networking and cybersecurity at the local college coming up next year to get practice in. Yeah. It sounds like a good opportunity. Okay, so gotta take a little water break just a second. Teaching the youths, eh, Tommy? Let's see. Passwords. I guess we need to launch WP scan with a passwords list. So in this case, we should probably use rocku.txt. Okay, so let's see, verbose. What was that? It was passwords. So we're just going to set this to a common password list like rocku, etc. Sure, wordless, rocku.txt. Oh, it's user share word lists. Okay. All right. Tommy says, created a lunch and learn class at the middle school I work at, teaching kids more technology. I brought in some old computers to let them tear apart and put them back together, examining the parts. Huh. That's that's interesting. I don't know if I would be letting kids destroy my old computers. But I guess it really depends on how old the computers are. Okay, so we're just going to leave this running in the background. And in the meantime, what else could we do? I guess we could take a look at the at WordPress. Over here, maybe we can find a WP administrator page. So admin, Did I misspell? Don't think I misspelled the name of the... Huh, why does it not want to resolve? Okay, we got no worries. They had SATA ports. Awesome. Okay, we got ads on Twitch. So when ads are on Twitch, they're also on YouTube. And let me go ahead and put on some birds. Enjoy the bird with the peanut. I'm just going to take a little water break. We'll be right back in about a minute or so. Cyber Dante says beer break. If only we could take a beer break every half hour. That would be very non-productive. See if we can get the bird to come back. Yep, here he is. Okay, so the other thing we could do is we could do a more aggressive scan with WP scan. Jose Alves says it's already 140. 140. You must be in Europe. Are you in Europe? Or Asia? Someplace like that? Anyways, have a great night. Hope to see you next time. Okay, so Portugal. Awesome. All right, have yourself a great night. You know what? Let's send you off with a hack the planet. Here you go. See you next time.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Oh, Helpful Huskies in the UK. Awesome. Yeah. All of most of Europe is in the same time zone. Or is it? Well, I guess with the exception of Russia, but Russia is not really most of Europe. Okay, so we're doing our brute force attack over here, and I guess we can wait on this, but another thing we can do is we can run another WP scan that is even more aggressive. And let's see if I can... Let's see if I can find the proper command for that. Ah, okay. This is a WP scan command that I've used before, and it's a bit overkill, but it was required to do one particular exercise. It's very aggressive, as you can see by the output over here. Yeah, that's well, let's see. What was the name of the domain again? Escolares? Escolares.dl WordPress. Okay, let's well, I mean, you know, if something's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. And let's see if we can find anything. So the other thing we need to do is we need to compare what this finds versus what the typical scan finds. Okay, so I don't think we found anything super relevant yet. We can leave this running in the background. We'll call this WP scan aggressive. This is going to take a long time, enumerating all plugins via aggressive methods. So here we're trying to do a brute force attack against the user we found. Guess we can leave that running in the background. This we can also leave running in the background. And yeah, that means we're just waiting around a lot. So, the other thing we should probably do is we should probably properly scan the web application. Because all we did on it so far is we did like a derb, and derb isn't super proper. So let's go ahead and try scanning the web application. Escolares.dl. And let's look for some common file types. We got HTML, we got zip, we got text, we got PHP. I think that's all we need. But we can always give this a separate path, like another pass, if we need to. We got assets, we got info.php. Ooh, we've got info.php. So the info.php page can give us a lot of information, and let's go ahead and see if it runs exactly what we think it's going to run. So info.php. It's okay. It actually comes back. So we got PHP version 8.3.6. I don't know if this is pretty up to date. I'm pretty sure. I think version 8 or version 9 is the current version of PHP. So we can get a lot of different information from this php.info, the info.php page. Let's see. Virtual. So let's go ahead and look through this with the fine-tooth comb. Because sometimes there's the information to compromise a box in this output here. Let's see. We can probably find out some user information from this page as well. Okay, let's see. Configuration. We got the www data user here. And this is pretty typical. We got a email address if we need it. I guess we can go ahead and add this to emails. Let's see. We're going to echo this out to emails.txt. Oh, gotta redirect that stuff. Okay. Embarrassing. Let's see. So, WP scan aggressive, what do we got? So this is going to take a long time to enumerate all the plugins. It's giving us an estimated time of an hour and 45. Jeez. Anyways, we're just going to leave this running in the background. Let's see if we found... We didn't find any usernames yet. Well, we found the username, we didn't find any passwords yet. So, it is possible that the WordPress is a red herring. I don't think that's the case, but Al the Beastly. AI the Beastly or Al the Beastly? I can't tell. Let us know in the chat, but welcome and thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Let's give you a Nyan Cat. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so we discovered the www data user. That's pretty normal. We got the server root. We should make sure that there are no unusual loaded modules in here, because I've come across a couple of challenges where the loaded modules were the way in. In fact, I'm gonna ask the AI if there are any unusual modules in this list. Okay, let's ask. Are there any unusual modules in this list of loaded PHP modules? Okay, so it appears to be a standard set of Apache HTTP server modules rather than PHP modules. Let me analyze them. Okay, there's actually a list of Apache modules. Okay. The only PHP-related module here is mod PHP. So nearly all of these are common in the typical Apache installation. Sure. Ronan, hello. Nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. What have you been up to, Ronan? Let us know. Okay, slightly less common but not unusual modules. Okay. Nothing particularly unusual, so it's good to it's good to confirm this just in case. Ronan says, "Is it WordPress? Did you try WP JSON version 2 users?" You know, we haven't, but that's a fun little trick. I should probably check it out over here. Okay, so what was it? WP JSON? WordPress WP JSON WP version 2 users. So does this come back? Oh. You know, that's a fun trick. That's a fun trick, Ronan. Thank you for that. So if we already found the Luisillo user, but I guess if we didn't find it, then we can find it like this. The other thing we could do is author equals 1. So I guess it would be author equals 1 on the WordPress. Like this. So the site is currently being bombarded with with WP scan requests, so that's why it is acting extra slow right now. But we can come back to this a little bit later. Oh, wow, it works. So this brings us to all of all the entries by user number 1. Okay, let's go ahead and translate this. So, hello world, I think that's what it says. Hello world, we welcome you to WordPress. This is your first inning? I guess your first post. This is some weird translation. Okay. So what can we do here? So the administration page, where does it lead to? I guess another thing we should do is we should probably check out the teachers page. So if there's an administration page, well, we need to find out some usernames. And if we go over to the staff page, we should be able to find some other users. So I guess that would be team. Should probably go over to the main. Did this finish? I don't think it did. The other thing we were doing was we were going over this this info.php page. We should probably finish this before we move on, just so we're not doing like a million things at once. So okay. Apache environment, HTTP host, sure. So if you have experience doing a lot of pen testing against WordPress, let us know what kind of information we're looking for in this info.php page. Okay, so let's see. Headers information, response headers, calendar, version. So there's a bunch of different PHP settings. We need to figure out if we can take advantage of any of these. Okay, we got curl support. We got EXIF stuff. We support JPEG and TIFF, sure. FTP enabled. Get text, hash. There's a lot, there's just too much stuff here. It's hard to parse. We got encryption stuff. We got MySQL over here. Well, we should probably check out if this version of MySQL is vulnerable to anything. Just do a quick one over here. It's probably not vulnerable, but just in case. Yeah, alright. OpenSSL stuff. PHAR is another PHP-like file extension that we could potentially search for if we run into some file upload filters. Okay. What's some cookie values? I don't think PHP variables. Yeah. PHP credits. I think everything else isn't anything that we need to pay attention to. So what did we find from this particular page? Nothing super important. Credentials? I mean, what would we search for? A password? Let's see, loaded plugins. This is all normal stuff, right? 2 matches, 4 matches. No, I don't think there's any credentials directly in here. But let's keep this around. The administration page, where does this lead to? What I really want to do is I want to check out the school page. Huh. You got initial access from leaked creds on PHP info. I don't think I have before, but I mean, it sounds plausible. Okay, so where's the team? So there's no team. Racing, interesting. Okay, let's just go to the landing page. The landing page. Thank you very much for following, Helpful Husky. Thank you. And you know what? We'll give you a special video redeem. How about Jurassic Park?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, let's take a look at the professor's page over here. After all this time, well, you know, sometimes it takes a while for people to be convinced. We got some professors over here, so I guess admin WordPress. We got some other potential usernames. So I'm just going to copy this all. We're going to make a little list from these names. So we got Luis Silo here, and we can add a bunch based on this information here. So there's one, so probably it's just going to be one like this, because this is what Linux likes. It likes just first names. One at example.com. We got Fernando. So we'll just Fernando, and then we got Luis. Let's go ahead and edit this. And we got Alejandro. And we got Marcelo. So the user's endpoint on WordPress only gave one user. But we got a few other users this way as well. So we could do brute force on all of these users here. I want to save that for last, because I hate brute forcing SSH unless there's nothing else to do. Okay, we got our WP scan. This is going to take a long time. I'm just going to leave it running in the background. We still haven't managed to brute force a password for the WordPress user. We're just going to leave that running as well. What else could we take a look at? So we got Ferrix Buster. I think Ferrix Buster is finished. Alumni, and I guess we could take a look at the alumni page. That might have some usernames on there as well. We got assets, we got contact, we got professors, we got PHP myadmin, and WordPress login, WP login.php. We got PHP myadmin robots.txt. We looked there already, and it wasn't anything super helpful. Aqua, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. We got article.php 404. Why are we given 404s here? That's weird. This should be something that we're skipping, right? Graphics, subscribe, books.html. I guess we could manually investigate each one of what? Sorry, I saw something weird. WordPress Strona 4. It's odd. Locale ID. WordPress flags. Yeah, I should probably filter on the 404 over here. Post thumbnails. Cache compat. Revision. These are kind of odd endpoints. And why is there why is there a page called taxonomy.php? Do we have the password for the Louis Sildo user? Sirovi, hello, nice to see you. We don't have a password for that user yet. We're doing a brute force attack against the user right now. It's going to take forever. So maybe we shouldn't rely on it. We're doing an aggressive scan over here, and it's also going to take forever. Plugins, cron.php. So I'm not sure how we're supposed to proceed from here. We could give up one or the other of the brute force attacks, so we can make the other brute force attack go by faster. Deprecated.php. What are all of these really weird endpoints? .5.4 has multiple vulns rated high. Really? Wait. Okay. Well, I mean, I can go ahead and search for the version. Let me take a look at the alumni page. The alumni page is probably going to be some red herring, but might as well take a look first. We can also search for WordPress 654. I guess we need to look for some of these. WP scan. Well, this is on the WP scan website. Aqua asks, were you able to solve something on Vulnix? Ober on Vulnix? I don't think I've heard of that one. Let me look it up real quick. Oh, this one. Okay. This is a easy level machine. Oh, that's the latest one. Okay. There's no way I would have seen it then, but thanks for bringing it to my attention. Sigma Mind says path traversal. Let's see. What do we got? So the vulnerabilities here, we got path traversal and template block. I mean, this is probably an important one to look at. So WordPress has not properly escaped the file attribute in the template part block. Allowing highly privileged users to perform highly privileged users. Okay. Leading to arbitrary. I don't. Yeah. No worries. No worries. I'm happy that people are enthusiastic about cybersecurity, no matter what it is. So it looks like. Well, I mean, it says Windows Server, so I don't know if it applies to us here. But let me see if I can find something on like GitHub. Let's see. 654. Okay, I don't see anything. I don't see anything immediate. So Okay, so from here, request timed out. Wait, which one is this? So this is just the brute force attack. This is going to take forever. Okay, so yeah, there was a deprecated.php page. So did we ever... Did that ever return? We got alumni, I don't think... Yeah, so there are no actual alumni named. Let me get that endpoint one more time, because I want to check it out. The problem is that we're hammering the web server with too much traffic right now, I think. So we got fonts, we got feed, we got locale, nope. We got option. Option.php also sounds like an interesting endpoint that we should check out as well. So I'm going to start a little... I'm going to start up my notes. Let's see, this is Docker Labs, right? So what is this called? Escolares? Okay, we got ads running on Twitch. So we run them on YouTube as well, and then we put on some birds. How about these birds? How about these birds? Okay, we'll be back in a minute. Just have to take a little water break. Oh, sorry everybody, the mic was muted. Jeez. Thank you very much, Cybernerd Dante, for letting me know that the mic was muted. Okay. Man, that's... Nice! Yeah. I thought you were thinking. I thought you... Well, I do think, but usually I talk out loud because I'm on stream. Okay, so we got uploads, we managed to get content there. So WP content shouldn't... Wondering what was going on. Yeah, no, it was just me being, nothing... Okay, so if we access something that we shouldn't access, then nothing appears. Is that it? What if we do this with curl? So the web application doesn't send anything back to us if it's not something we should be looking at. Okay, so this is a legitimate endpoint. So WP content plugins. So WP content plugins, and the name of the plugin we're looking for is So the plugin that we suspect is vulnerable is the WP file manager. But the only one that could potentially get us, well, the one that we're really interested in is this one right here. So how could we, but before we do that, we need to figure out which version of the plugin is being used. So in just a second, I have to clear my throat. Don't know why, but my voice is really scratchy today. Okay, so we need to figure out, let's see, the uploads directory. We could look inside of it. So WP content, uploads. I wonder why we're not doing any other brute forcing attacks. It seems weird that the server would be so unresponsive. Let me copy that. Sick of the Mind says, gotta get some vocal teas, a personal, maybe some SOVTs. SOVTs. I haven't heard of that. Vocal teas. Maybe. I'm having some tea, but I don't know if it's especially working wonders for my throat. Okay, so let's see. Plugins. Let's see if we can take a look inside this directory. Actually, you know what? We should probably figure out what happens if we just send it like a nonsense directory, because the responses are kind of weird. Sick the Mind says SOVT stands for semi-occluded vocal tract. Warm-up exercises to get your voice primed up. Yeah, I should probably look into that. Look into stuff like that. So it looks like page not found. So page not found. Is this? Well, I mean, that page isn't found, but the plugins directory, I'm pretty sure, is legitimate. Because why wouldn't it be, right? But this comes back empty. So if inside plugins 2024, I'm pretty sure this one is installed. 2024. There's also 2025, but 2025 is probably not a vulnerable. It's probably not a vulnerable plugin. Okay. Let's go ahead and... So we're not doing passwords. We're doing it verbose. We'll go ahead and search for the vulnerable plugins and the vulnerable themes, and we're going to make this aggressive. How do we do? Can we just do aggressive like this? I need to look this up. Users detection aggressive. Let's see. Plugin detections aggressive enumerate something something. So I want to do the plugins detective. Actually, we'll do detection mode aggressive. Okay, let's see if this... Aggressive is not a valid choice. I misspelled aggressive. Oh. Yeah, okay. Maybe I should update the database because the stuff I'm looking at is relatively modern. Hold on, let me go ahead and update that database. This is going to take, well, it actually didn't take very long. That's nice. Okay, so while we're waiting for this, we can take a look at some of these other pages. So there's a contact page over here. Why is my CPU through the roof here? I'm running WP scan. Oh, it's because of this. It's because we're running Ferrix Buster. Maybe I should shut off Ferrix Buster. I don't think we're going to get anything too interesting from the rest of Ferrix Buster over here, and it's eating up a lot of the server time. Okay, let's shut it off. And CPU usage goes down to... Why did it spike back up? Okay, so what we got? The other thing that I should do is I should probably use WP scan with the API token. Pages per second flatline. So no plugins found. That's not true. Wait, is that a plugin or a theme? The what is it called? The file manager. WordPress File Manager Pro. It's a plugin, right? Okay, so I mean this kind of tracks right here. It says, yeah, it said no themes found. Well, it also said no themes found, but we found a theme last time. I don't know. This is all kind of screwy. I guess another thing that we should do is we should include our API key, and let me see if I can find my API key. Just a second. Ah, I found one. Okay, I found my API key. Okay, let's do another one. I got my API key. Please don't please don't steal my API key. That'd be very unfortunate. Okay, let's do this. So escolares.dl. This is all very aggressive as well. You know what? I'm gonna get rid of some of this. DB exports detection, I'm not gonna do this. User detection, I'm not gonna do this. Media detection, detection mode, I'll keep aggressive. WP version detection, I don't need this either. Plugins detection, we will keep this. Okay. Could always regenerate a new API key after stream. So if somebody decides that they want to 3 vulnerability. Okay. So immediately we get some new stuff. Well, hopefully new stuff. Could always regen a new API key after stream. So if somebody really wants to come after me and abuse my API key, then I can get a new API key. It's not really that big of an issue. Same WordPress page. Yeah, so let's see. Stored XSS. Stored XSS isn't really something that we need to pay too much attention to. Yeah, we have seen this one before. Path traversal, but this is this has to be authenticated. So this is, well, I mean, it says here it's going to take about half an hour. Enumerating all plugins via aggressive methods. So this is, well, I mean, the timing on this is better because we do have some, we can stick around for about 30 minutes waiting for the scan to come back. As long as it's not taking like several hours, that should be fine. But we need to look around for a bunch of other stuff in the meantime. Okay. I'd narrow down those extra things. So the extra things, what are the extra things we're talking about? So upload directory has listing enabled, okay. This is something we've taken a look at. External WP cron is enabled, but does this give us any information? All the way up. So you're talking about this stuff? Narrow down the extra things. Oh, my switch options. So let's see. We got you. I guess we don't need users. We don't need Tim thumbs. We don't need database stuff. Yeah, I guess we could start trimming some of that stuff down. Okay, so what do we not new here? So detection mode aggressive, that's fine. Plugins detective aggressive, that's fine. We're not enumerating users. AP, APAT, database. I think DBE stands for database stuff, so we don't need that either. We don't need the TT. What does the M stand for? MCB. I need to check this. I need to look this up. So WP scan -- help. Thank you very much for following, Joe Numbers. Hey, welcome to the HackerFrogs. Why don't you hack the planet with us?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, vulnerable plugins, all plugins. I think we should look for vulnerable plugins only. Vulnerable themes, all themes. So we're looking for vulnerable plugins and vulnerable themes. Okay. So CB and M. What is CB and M? CB is configuration backups. We should probably keep this. M is media ID range. We can keep this one as well. Okay. Let's go ahead and run the thing then. This is all going to be the same. And then we're going to do our... okay. This is much shorter. This is much shorter. So that's good. So it's only going to take about 2 minutes or so. Okay. So that's not going to take very long. Let's talk about what we found so far. So we got port 22. Port 22 is probably not anything that we need to pay attention to. But we've also got port 80. And on port 80 we found a WordPress installation. And because we found a WordPress installation, we started hammering it with WP Scan, which is a common tool that is used to test the security of WordPress installations. And hopefully we can find something. Joe, hello! Just getting into cybersecurity and Linux in general. Saw your channel, so I had to drop a follow. So Joe, let me know where you are in your cybersecurity journey and what you already know, because I can recommend some stuff if you let us know what you already know and what you're aiming to get out of cybersecurity. Like, what kind of role are you looking for? And have you done programming before? Do you know about web development? All that other good stuff. If you let me know, I might be able to give you some advice if that's what you're looking for. Okay, I think... Did we finish? So WordPress, okay, this. 3 vulnerabilities. Wait, did we find this? Plugins identified. So Akismet. Version... something. We've got stored cross-site scripting. That's not something we're super interested in. Configuration backups. No backups found. Huh. That's weird. Because we found another plugin from... Alright, everybody, let's go ahead and switch up the music, because our music playlist ran out. Let's play some Dungeon of the Endless. It's got a pretty fun soundtrack. It's another fun sci-fi game. I love these sci-fi game soundtracks. They're all very what is the word? They're all very moody. Okay, so, Plugins Akismet, status 403. Status 403, Stored cross-site scripting doesn't help us very much. Cross-site scripting doesn't usually get you remote code execution most of the time, especially not on challenges like these. Vulnerable themes, vulnerable config backups, media. We didn't find anything. Jack in the shop. Jack in the shop laser. What is this? This is a dungeon. Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, are we talking about the tool? This is called WP scan. So WP stands for WordPress scan. It's a very commonly used tool for scanning against WordPress installations. WordPress is a content. What is the word? Content management service? Anyways. Yeah, it's a very commonly used set of software that is used to create web pages. Blogs in particular. And we can use this tool to scan the system to see if it's vulnerable to any particular if there are particular vulnerabilities on the system. In this case, it doesn't seem to have identified any, which is kind of a bummer, because we're trying to get in. So, I guess we can go back to hacker. Yeah, we're hacking. That's what we're doing. 187. Hello, nice to see you here. Welcome. That's why we see yeah. If you're using Kali Linux, I guess I don't explicit this. This looks like a lot like Kali Linux, so that makes a lot of sense. We got ads running on Twitch, so we run them on YouTube as well. And let's go ahead and give everybody some birds to watch. And I might as well play these lovely birds. This is my favorite bird video. Enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about a minute or so. Just have to take a little water break. Jack in the Shop Laser says, remember when it was called Backtrack? I was not around when it was called Backtrack. And wow, Joe Numbers, hey. Thank you very much for the subscription with Twitch Prime. I appreciate that a lot. Let's go ahead and give you a special redeem. How about the War Games redeem? Here you go.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Okay, put the birds away. And yeah, War Games, exactly. It's a classic hacker movie. I think it was one of the first hacker movies. Second of Mind says, help people do password resets by replacing their sethc.exe with command.exe, boot up their Windows, and hit Shift 5 times. I didn't do anything like that. You can do it with Backtrack. But yeah, we need to do some more aggressive scanning against this. So let me grab my API token so that I can do more aggressive scanning. On any bootable Linux, honestly, it doesn't work with Windows now. Hold on. Okay, so DB exports detection, users detection. We don't need users detection. We don't need... I guess we could do media detection. The WP version, we don't need that to be aggressive either. Plugin detection. We can't do all plugins and all themes because that's going to take way too much time. But I guess we can do all this other stuff, and we can include our API key. Joe says, I have general knowledge in most topics, but I need to work on memorizing the commands and terms. Honestly, really like forensics right. Oh, you really like forensics right now. Okay. It's probably some really weird enumeration vector. Could be. Hopefully I can run something that doesn't take too long. Because I'm trying not to take hours and hours on this challenge. General knowledge of most topics, but I need to work on memorizing the commands and terms. Liking forensics right now. So, Joe, when you say you like forensics right now, is there any particular type of forensics you're really into, like pcap forensics, or disk image forensics, or memory forensics? Let us know, because let's see. Jack in the Shop Laser says, I like OHP crack live CD. Brute forces the Windows password, and no one ever knows you were there. OHP crack. I've never heard of that one. Maybe I can look it up real quick. Whoops. Ah, okay. So what does this do? So it's a free Windows password cracker based on rainbow tables. It's a very efficient implementation of rainbow tables done by the inventors of the method. It comes with the graphical user interface and runs on multiple platforms. It can run on Windows, Linux, Mac OS. It will crack LM and NTLM hashes. Free tables available for Windows, XP, and Vista and 7. Brute force module. Yeah, looks like a lot of fun. I've never really tried anything like this before. Joe says, we just started forensics, so I don't know the specifics, but I have done file recovery with PhotoRec. Digital picture and file recovery. This looks like some fun. Okay, so let's see. Make it nice and big. So it's file data recovery software designed to recover lost files, including video, documents, and archives from hard disks. So mechanical hard disks, solid state drives. Huh. Interesting. You know, I should really get into more stuff like this after I finish my next batch of courses. It would be really fun to do some disk image forensic stuff on stream. Of course, you have to do it. You have to screen that stuff ahead of time, just in case there's just to make sure that there's nothing weird that could get you banned on whatever device you're looking on. So it would never be completely authentic, but completely authentic is, I don't know, not really. It's kind of overrated anyways. Yeah, there should be some test files out there for sure. Okay, so we found a Kismet. We found these vulnerabilities here. Tim Thumbs, no. Nothing found. Yeah, so WP scan is not really working out for us right now. So we need to go back to some of the to some of the weird endpoints that we found using. We need to go back to some of the weird endpoints that we found using FerrixBuster. Joe says, thanks for the conversation. I'll definitely drop by again soon. Let's see. Jack in the Shop Laser, do you have a home lab setup that you attack? No. What we do is we use a bunch of different services, a bunch of different platforms for doing cybersecurity stuff. The one we're using right now is called Docker Labs. It's basically a bunch of vulnerable Docker containers that you can deploy on your own machine, and then after they're deployed, you can do hacking against them. And then when you're done, you can just shut down the container. It's very, very convenient. It's a lot more convenient than creating your own physical lab. And most of the time, what I do is I either use somebody else's infrastructure, or I just download vulnerable VMs and deploy them on my own network. I just make sure that everything is virtual as opposed to physical, because physical is kind of a pain in the butt to maintain, but virtual stuff is just, well, you don't really need to worry about overhead. Okay, so what do we got? And yeah, Joe, thank you very much for coming by. Let's take you out with Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so we've got... Let's find some of these weird endpoints. Let's see. phpMyAdmin. Actually, one thing that we didn't... Jack in the Shop Laser says, I ran TryHackMe and hacked the box for a while. I got a rack mount server at home now. So, I mean, I think it's really cool to be able to set up that kind of home lab environment. I don't think it's something that I would be... Well, I mean, I need to have a lot more stuff, and I don't really have too much room to put a bunch of stuff. That's my problem. Like, we got what else do we have? Robots. We got WordPress security. I'm looking for some code 200s. Let's see, revision.php. This might be something. What else could be some interesting stuff? Cron version. I mean, Cron probably isn't going to tell us anything, is it? Jack in the Shop Laser, thank you very much for following on Twitch. You are now HackerFrog. And let's give you a Nyan Cat. It's, speaking of blasts from the past, it's the meme that never dies. What is this? So class WP, we got it's like normal files. Embed class pop3. Class pop3.php. This looks... I mean, pop3 is a type of email protocol. I don't know. We could take a look at it. I'm just kind of grasping at straws right now. Embed.php. Don't know if this one is standard or not. What else we have? Error handling, comment.php. Comment.php. User.php, let's see. Admin bar. Deprecated.php. I think we checked this one out already, but that's kind of an unusual name. HTTP PHP. This is weird. So I'm just going to collect all these weird links. We're going to check them out one by one after we're done, because we're running out of stuff to investigate. I guess the other thing that we haven't done is we haven't done very much source code analysis. Sorry, I mean HTTP source analysis. We should probably, because a lot of these easy level challenges have some weird stuff hidden in the HTTP source. So let's see, modules, MS load. Template.php. Rewrite.php. That's kind of an odd. It's an odd sounding file as well. Navigation, embed, load. Just load.php, okay? Let's see. Jack in the Shop Laser said, I heard last week that they were taking down the CVE site. I haven't heard very much about the NVD? NVD. Is that the name of the site? Okay, so let's see. I heard that they were getting rid of it. They're getting rid of CVEs, or they weren't going to be updating the list. But I don't know. I don't know if it was actually going through or not. So I think there's a YouTube video on it, right? YouTube CVE going away. Experienced a temporary funding crisis in April 2000. Okay. So it says the situation was averted. Of course, this is an AI overview, so it could be wrong. So CVE is not dead. Not dead yet. Let's see what the AI has to say. So there was a crisis. MITRE executives announced a potential funding gap for the CVE program starting in April 16, 2025, raising concerns about the future of something. But it didn't say... You're not telling me how it was averted. Oh, CISA. Okay, so the solution was CISA stepped in to continue funding the CVE program, effectively resolving the crisis and ensuring the continued availability of the database. Wait, did they change their mind? Ronin. Let's see. That's why I was like, what do you mean? The old news, that was old news from last month, right? They changed their mind. Wait. CISA to MITRE to CVE. Wow, thank you very much. Aaron has just cheered 100 bits. Thank you. MITRE is part of CISA. MITRE is part of CISA. But who's in charge of it now? CVE going away. Let's search for this and then look at the news. So CVE funding, program funding reinstated, what it means and what to do next. So this is from 3 weeks ago, so it's not super new, unless the news actually stopped after 3. The latest news is from 3 weeks ago. So funding reinstated. Okay, let's go ahead and make this big so they can read it. So updated April 16th. The article originally published has been updated to include the news of the new CVE Foundation. It was previously updated to reflect CISA's extension of the contract with MITRE. So, I mean, if the government decided that it really wanted to get rid of the CVE program, that would be a really bad thing. But yeah, I'm not. Let's see. It is thought that CISA's extension will last 11 months. It is not known what will happen after that. So I guess we're going to be okay for the next year or so, and then we'll see what the heck happens after that. But what else can we do? Yeah, so that's and Maroon, hey, AA Maroon, no, Aaron. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about we give you a is this a hacking? So if you know this meme, let us know.
Is this a hacking?
Jack in the Shop Laser. Okay, I did not mean to cause a squirrel moment. No worries. Sometimes we need to keep aware of cybersecurity news, and it's kind of a big deal. You don't know that? Oh, you don't know that meme? Okay. I think it's like is this a? I think it was originally called "Is this a pigeon?" This one, right? So it's basically you misidentify something on purpose, and this is what the meme looks like. So is this a map? Is this a pigeon? Is this a something? But in this case, is this a hacking? And it's got a what was it? Terminal interface. So anytime you use a terminal interface, you're doing a hacking, is what we're trying to say. Okay, so let's go ahead and identify some more unusual endpoints. I think we're getting close to the end here. So wpdb.php. The thing is that most of these PHP pages aren't going to return anything, unfortunately. For other people, you're a hacker. maybe. Well, I mean, you know, if they see you type it on a terminal, you're basically a hacker. That's what I'm trying to say. I think after this, everything's good. Okay, so let's do some more investigation on the main page over here. So we forgot to take a look at okay, yeah. Alright, this is what we got to do. We have to pay attention to HTTP source. So we've got this professors.html. So personal academic info. Sure. Let's try looking at this page. See if we get anything good. When game hacking? So Dagger RB, when game hacking? Well, I mean, we took a look at we did some gaming a little bit earlier today, but we didn't especially do any game hacking. But I think we'll be doing some game hacking. I think the earliest we could potentially do some game hacking is probably in the fall of this year. But yeah, this is good music. It's from Dungeon of the Endless. It's a fun sci-fi game. Well, it's a sci-fi themed like tower defense game. So this is probably something we need to we just need to do brute force. I think it might be time. So we got Lewis. We're gonna do brute force with Lewis's account, and we're gonna do it on SSH. So it's not something we do. We don't do this like we don't do this lightly. But the thing is that we're running out of stuff to do. So SSH. What was it? Luis? This is what? Escolares.dl. Oh, sorry. I like CTF back in the day. Jack in the Shop Laser says, I like CTF back in the day. What kind of CTFs were you doing back in the day, Jack in the Shop Laser? So let's do Hydra. So we're going to do some Hydra. To do some SSH brute force. So what was, let's see if we can find one for SSH from our Hydra list. So history, grep Hydra. Okay, we got some basic SSH brute force over here. And in this case, we're going to be brute forcing Lewis's. No? Oh no. Password list. Okay, so we're just going to wait for a little bit to see if we actually manage to brute force anything here. And Dagger RB, hey, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. So, I mean, if we're just brute forcing SSH, I feel like it's kind of, it feels kind of cheap, because we've got this whole WordPress installation over here as well. I guess they might be telling us to brute force WordPress, but the thing is that we tried brute forcing WordPress for quite a while, and it didn't really work. Thank you very much for Aaron for gifting a subscription to Jack in the Shop Laser. Thank you very much. Hey, thank you, and have a fun little video redeem. How about some frog song? There you go. Oh, you know what? This might be... Hold on. They're giving us a bunch of information here, so this might be... It might be using the... what is that list called? It's called the cups list, right? So the cups list is a script we can use to create custom password lists if we have a bunch of information about the users. So for example, we've got matriculation date, and what is this? This is like a birth date, right? And we also have an email. So we could try cool. We could try cool, but we could also try the cups password list, or the custom password generator list. Cups password list. Cup password list. Where is it? Yeah. Common user passwords profiler. So this is, we can make a bunch of information, we can make a bunch of custom password lists by feeding in some information. So let's try using this list. We're just going to git clone this repository. And we just need to run the script. So cup.py. Okay, so let's see, interactive. I guess we'll use the interactive mode. So first name. So first name, do we have a first name, last name for this user? I think we only have one name over here, so it's just Louise. So this is just Louise. Surname, we don't know. Nickname, we don't know. Aaron says, I'm just doing normal coding for clients while you're doing this. Thank you very much for all your support. Really appreciate it. But yeah, we could use, we could cool this list as well. Fecha de nacimiento? Nacimiento. Is this birth date? Let me translate this. Date of birth, right, okay. So we got a date of birth as well. It kind of reminds me of another challenge. What is everybody coding in these days? I code in Python, but I don't think everybody is coding the same stuff I am. Okay, so we don't have a nickname. We have a birth date. So it's going to be day, month, year. So let's see. 09010. Okay, we got our birth date. We don't know the partner's name. We don't know the partner's nickname. We don't know that. We don't know this. We don't know the pet's name. Do we know the company name? The company in this case is... What is the name of this? Escalares? I guess the name of the company is Escalares. Do you want to add some keywords about the victim? No? Nanocode.txt. Everyone is using Rust? Is everybody using Rust? Do you want to add some special characters at the end of words? Sure, let's try some of that. We want to add some random numbers. We can also try random numbers. Do you want leet mode? Yeah, sure, why not? Okay. So, saving dictionary to luis.txt containing a bunch of words. Hyperspeed print, Wait, what does this do? I don't know, Sick of the Mind says, I code in VB, VB.NET, VB script, C, C++, C#, PowerShell, Ruby, Python, Perl, Bash, PHP, ASP, .NET, ASP, Java, JavaScript, and regular expression. So it really depends on what I'm working on as to what language I choose. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, it looks like we're making a lot of stuff. Hold on. Okay. So did we create this luis.txt list here? How many words does it contain? Okay, it contains a lot of words. Sure. That word list is going to be crazy. Well, I mean, we can take a look at it. So, a bunch of... We got leet speak in here as well. Anyways, let's go ahead and... We can probably fire this at... Do we want to fire it at the WordPress installation? Or do we want to try using it with... I'm pretty sure it's not going to work with Hydra. Sorry, I'm pretty sure it's not going to work with SSH, but I guess we could try. So it's in cupp/luis.txt. Sick of the Mind says 64 threads is not a good method against SSH. SSH by default has a max of 10 threads. Well, we could change out the number of threads here. Another thing we could do is we could try using what Sick of the Mind suggested and use cool. So cool... how do we use cool again? It's been a while. I usually roll with 4 by default. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess that makes a lot of sense, especially for real world situations. But when I do these challenges, I usually try to see what I can get away with. But cool M6 and URL. Okay, cool. I mean, yes. Cool M6, minimum six characters. And what is it? The URL. So HTTP is probably this. Professores.html. Okay, so we got all these words. We're just going to call this, cool.txt. Sure. Does the server have timeout on password attempts? Most of the time when we do these CTF exercises, they don't really have much brute force defense. That's more of something that you're going to see in more advanced exercises. So, I'm surprised it's not. 48 minutes, huh? 48 minutes seems a bit excessive. How many did we get in the in this cool password list? So this is only 305. So maybe we should try that list first, because it's going to come back a lot sooner. Okay. Okay, so let's wait for this to come back. Okay. It's 10. Oh, you must be on the East Coast. Jack in the Shop Laser, are you in New York or Toronto or some other place around there? Okay. North Carolina. Okay, great. Yeah, much appreciated you coming around to talk about all sorts of hacker stuff. And if you ever see me online again, wouldn't mind you coming by to chat again. Thank you very much, and let's give you something fun to send you out on. How about Hack the Planet? There you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, the other thing that we can do with these word lists is we can start attacking using, well, we can use WP scan. I don't know if that's the best way to. It's probably the easiest way to do brute force attacks against WordPress. So maybe we can do some of that. So it was WP scan. So passwords. Passwords. Cool.txt. Invest in the time to craft the Hydra syntax. Well, you know what? Maybe we should be using Hydra. I don't know. Actually, you know, WP scan is probably slower than Hydra. So maybe we should figure out how to do the Hydra thing, because it's probably more efficient. Hydra, brute force, WordPress. When it's targeted like this, it's not that slow. Hydra, brute force, WordPress. Okay, let's CMSs and e-commerce apps. Attack and defense. Brute force attack. Oh, this is a YouTube video. Let's see. Okay, so it looks like this is from. Well, this is a Reddit page. Okay, so I guess we should probably, okay, we could probably record this in So for Hydra, we could probably record it in Burp Suite, right? If we just record it in Burp Suite, then we can feed... Actually, this is a case where we could probably do it with... We'd probably do it with FFUF. And I like using FFUF. So where is that login page? wfuzz. Also, we could also try using wfuzz. Okay, so let's go over to proxy, open browser. I really haven't used wfuzz very much. Mostly I use FFUF. But, you know, I'm down for whatever tool works. You shouldn't be slavishly devoted to any one tool. It's not the way you should be conducting yourself. So let's see, WordPress. It's wp login.php, I think. Okay. So we got our login page. Let's do. Actually, no. We know it's probably going to be Luis. Methodology. Yeah. It's going to be methodology over tool every time. I think we found Luisillo. Hold on, I need to double check that. So it's this user, Luisillo. Okay, so this is going to be test. So we get the... just want to make sure that there's nothing weird hanging around here, like some sort of password. Okay, so it's not here. Let's go back to Burp Suite. Let's look at the HTTP history. We got our post request, and we can record this. So we're just going to copy this to request.txt. Sick the Mind has the wfuzz stuff. Okay. Incorrect login. I think... I'll try FFUF. Just for right now. So FFUF request.txt, and we need to adjust this first. So let me adjust request.txt. Okay, so we need to change our password to fuzz. And then we can FFUF. And we can use the cool word list. Okay, and we need to filter on size, right? Probably size. The size is going to be... that didn't work. Instead of size, we might have to filter on something else. So let's see. We can filter on status. No, that's not status. This one. It does go fast, that's nice. So this didn't work. That's okay. We can go ahead and give it another list. How about the cup list? $70.44. So this list isn't all that large. Okay, that probably only want a 302. So, you know, I'm kind of curious what kind of error message we get if we submit this, if we submit these special characters here. Let's see, over here. I mean, it doesn't really give us anything super different. I wonder why where the response size is different in that case. So here's the thing. I think the designer was trying to give us some sort of clue, because on the landing page of this application, we've got a note that points us towards a specific endpoint over here. Are there extra ones? I don't think there are. So this has got to be a big clue. It's either a big clue or it is a red herring. I don't think it's a red herring. So let's think about this. So thank you very much for Tony Hill. Thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. You're now HackerFrogs. Why don't you have a fun? Oh, what haven't we done in a while? How about go to hack?
Mr. Hackney, please be excused from class.
Well, Kyle,
Yes.
you hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
So I think another thing about the WordPress page is that they accept email addresses as a login, right? Let me double check over here. Let me translate this. One on the list says WordPress admin. WordPress admin? Yeah, that's true. That's the one that we've been targeting. So it says username or email, password. Have you forgotten? Go to. That's interesting. Oh, we can actually change the language over here. Huh. Might be as simple as rock you can. Well, maybe. There's a comment fetcher. Comment fetcher? Lost your password. So there's also. What do you mean by comment fetcher? Oh, wait, what? Where did you see that code? Was it in here? Oh, comment fet. You mean like a tool that just gets comments? Okay. So let's see. Show comment. What? Let's see. Comment. What page was it on? Was it on the login page or was it on? You put that in the console. Oh, which page did you Can you tell me which page you saw it on? Or wait, it's just a comment. Okay. So say I'm using, say we're on this page. Right, say we're on this page and then we try using the command that you pasted in. It uses the console to aggregate an array of all comments in the page. Right. So what would you do? You would do more tools, web developer tools, and then go to the console. In the console, paste in the command. Take care when pasting things you don't understand. This could allow attackers to steal your identity or take control of your computer. Please type allow pasting below. No need to press enter to allow pasting. Allow pasting. Okay, so after that we can actually paste in our stuff. So it didn't get the comment in this case. That's... Click the arrow. Where do we find the comments in this case? Tony Hill says, I'm a rookie, where do I start? How much do you know? So Tony Hill, let us know what you know already, and I will better be able to tell you where you can look for beginners resources. So are you looking for any particular role in cybersecurity? Are you looking to be a pen tester, or a SOC analyst, or a digital forensics person, incident response person? Do you already know about web development? Do you already know how to do programming? Let us know what you know and what you're aiming for, and then we can better tell you about where to look for some training and for some education stuff. Nothing. Oh, okay. That makes it easier for me. If you don't know anything, then I think you want to start off with some pcap over here. And Tony, let us know what kind of job you're aiming for in cybersecurity, because there are a lot of different jobs in cybersecurity. And if you know what kind of job you're aiming for, I want to protect data. Okay. Here's a list, and you can make an account over at pcap and start doing some challenges over here. It'll teach you about how to use the Linux console, basically how to use Linux, and then you'll move on to doing some web app stuff, and you'll move on to doing some cryptography stuff, and eventually, after you work through a lot of these exercises over here, you'll have a decent amount of little tricks and tips, and maybe some tools. Let's see. Tony Hill says, I need training. I have my Google certificate. Which Google certificate do you have? Are you talking about the Google Cybersecurity certificate? Or another certificate? Okay, so did we find the password? Did we find the password by using the cup list? Hold on. I was actually not expecting to finish this challenge today. But sometimes you get handed a win. You need to confirm your email address. El correo electrónico es correcto. Sure. Okay, we're in Word. All right. The Foundation. Okay, the Foundation Google. Let me look that up real quick. So Google Foundation Cybersecurity. You talking about? Are you talking about this one? So the one that is offered from Coursera. So let me. So please confirm that this is the cybersecurity certificate that you got. So testimonials. Okay. So let me take a look at exactly what the curriculum is. So let's see, Foundational Cybersecurity Certificate. You'll learn about cybersecurity tasks, frameworks and controls that inform security operations, using security information and event management, tools for cybersecurity. And you know what I'm interested in is which SIM tool which SIM tool do you use in this particular course or this for this certificate? Is it Elastic and Kibana or something else? But I guess you also do some, as far as I know, you also learn about some coding stuff as well. So you learn some Python, you learn some, I don't actually remember very much about the contents of this course, but okay. Coding, right. So you're probably aiming to do like cybersecurity defensive oriented stuff. And a good place to continue your training would probably be something like TryHackMe, Sal 1. So this kind of certification over here. So I mean, I kind of feel bad bouncing you from certification to certification, but a lot of people say that this one's really good. But yeah, Tony, hey, thanks for coming by. And I'm not. I think when I say thanks for coming by, I'm not saying please go away. I'm just saying thank you very much for coming by the stream. Because let's see, Tony Hill says, what about CompTIA Plus? So CompTIA, hold on, let me change up my music so that we can. Evergreen Gamer, hello, nice to see you here. And let's play some Independence War 2. More moody sci-fi music. So what about CompTIA Plus? CompTIA, are you talking about A+? So CompTIA A+. Hold on. CompTIA A+, right? Yeah, so the A+ certification is probably good for giving you some general skills about IT stuff in general. If you're looking to learn about the stuff that is in the A+ certification, but not necessarily take and get the certification, then I recommend taking a look over at Professor Messer. Professor Messer, CompTIA A+. He's got a YouTube playlist that teaches a lot of the concepts that are covered in the A+ course. And let's look up their YouTube. There's quite a few plus certs, yeah, like Network Plus and Security Plus. But A+ is pretty good for people who are trying to get into the industry from a non-technical background. And let me get you the playlist for the A+ course. So let's see, playlists. You should have one for, yeah, this is probably the most current playlist for A+. Okay, so let's see. Evergreen Gamer says they're pretty expensive and not really worth it in my opinion, unless you have literally zero experience and no option for internship. So what I'm saying, what I'm advocating for is not getting the certification, it's for learning the materials in the certification. So basically just teach yourself about what you need to get this certification, but don't actually pay to get this certification. Because the skills are, the knowledge is very good, and Professor Messer's teaching style is very good. The videos are very good. I actually taught myself this. I taught myself exactly the materials that were covered in the A+ course when I was first learning about cybersecurity, and I didn't actually get A+ certified. I just learned the stuff in the course to help me understand about technology better. So this is a bit loud. Let me turn that down a bit. Okay, so where are we in here? So we actually broke into the WordPress. So we broke into WordPress. All we need to do now is we need to upload a malicious PHP file. I think we can edit this in place, I'm pretty sure. Hold on. Let's switch our language over to English. Second of Mine says, if you think those cheap CompTIA certs aren't worth the investment in general, how are you going to convince yourself that a $600 or $1,000 cert is worth investing in yourself? So, I mean, how expensive are they? So Evergreen, well, I mean, we should probably look this up. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so we run them on YouTube as well. And then we play the birds. Which birds? Hey, how about the happy birds? Okay, so we're just going to take a minute break and have a little water. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. But yeah, if you don't know, if you consider yourself to be a big noob as far as technology is concerned, A+ is probably a good place to start. There's like I said, you don't necessarily need to get the certification, but teach yourself the stuff that's covered in the course. It'll really help you out. And let me look up how much the A+ certification costs. It can't be that much, but you know what? CompTIA A+ cert cost. How much does it cost? $265. So this is probably USD. And let's see. You can take the A+ exams at separate times. Each of the 2 A+ exams cost $253 USD. So altogether it costs $500. So I don't know. Like I said, you don't necessarily need to take the certifications, but you should teach yourself the material that's covered in the course. And let's go ahead and log into the application. So we got this password here that we made by using the custom password list. It also has a 3-year renewal payment. Yeah, that's true. The fact that you have to renew your certifications, that's kind of a big pain in the butt. But like I said, if you want to teach yourself like IT stuff, it's probably a good, the education is good. You don't necessarily need to get you don't necessarily need to pay and get the certification necessarily. Okay, so what was the page? WordPress WP login? login, right? Okay, so Luisillo and this password. So we just, yeah, so this is English now. So it should be English. It's not English. Can we switch this to English in here? Because it would really help me out. Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing. If you want to become another route that people commonly take to get into cybersecurity is to go from a help desk person to go from the help desk, working a role in a help desk, to doing cybersecurity. So it's a lot of people take that that kind of path, and it's certainly viable. It's a slower way to do it, but it's probably a better way to do it, because if you were working help desk for a little while, maybe doing it for a year or maybe like 6 months, it'll really teach you a lot about how the IT industry works in general. And you might be able to pivot from IT into security at the company where you're doing IT, which would also be a fun thing to do. Okay, so it looks like we can't change the... Okay. Well, I guess we're going to teach ourselves some Spanish. We can translate this, right? Spanish to English. So I think what we need to do is we just need to go to plugins, and then we need to go into the plugin editor. And are these activated? Let's see. Sick of the Mind says you can go work for a Dell support call center with a high school diploma and some training. Same for Best Buy's Geek Squad. If you want anything that's going to pay a reasonable salary, you'll want some certifications after accruing your stripes with certifications. Okay, so we've got WP File Manager. This is probably... We know that this is installed. It's not activated. Huh. Hold on. I need to cough. Okay, yeah, some places are cert-based, security and IT, and some places are experience-based, such as hardware and software. WP File Manager seems to be activated. Yeah, so I think we'll be using WP File Manager to get into the system. So let's see. We got our donation page. Actually, we also have our themes. We can also inject PHP code into themes. We got 3 themes, and we can probably inject into the theme editor. We can inject with the theme editor, rather. So it's been a while since I've done this. So this is the 2024 theme. I think we can edit. We can edit the site. And in the site, we can edit, we can go ahead and, oh gosh, where is the translator? Sick of the Mind asks, so was it a simple rock queue? Or, no. The simple rock queue didn't work. We had to make a custom list based on the name and the date of birth over here. Sigma Gat asks, quick question, what's your channel name on LinkedIn? Tried to watch the stream there, but I didn't see it. Yeah, so if you want to follow me on LinkedIn, then why don't you send me a Twitch Whisper, and I can give you my LinkedIn via the Twitch DM system. I don't like to advertise my LinkedIn directly, but if you're interested in adding me on LinkedIn, you can send me a Twitch Whisper, a Twitch DM, and I'll respond to you. No worries. Okay, so let's see. From here, what do we do? how do we inject into here? Navigation, administration page. Administration page. So this isn't code. Or at least it doesn't. We got different pages. Example page, start of the blog. No, I don't have a LinkedIn account for the channel. I have a personal LinkedIn. Let's see, managing staffing parts. So where's the editor? Ah, okay, we got the editor over here. No, this is the site editor. I want to see. Is there a way we can edit the theme files? I think I just found it. Don't link my link my personal LinkedIn in the chat, please. Don't know how I missed it. Okay, so we got 2022, 2023. Much appreciated. New version available, details of the subject, customize. So do we... So can I... Unfortunately, we can't actually write some PHP code in here. So maybe we should use the file upload, the file upload manager to do it instead. Okay, we go back, and I guess we're just going to look at the installed plugins. Actually, no, wait, here it is, WP File Manager. So all we need to do is just upload something, right? Welcome to the File Manager. Verify, no thanks, no thanks. Okay, we got the stuff here, and all we need to do is upload stuff. So how do we upload the stuff? So WP content, uploads, WP File Manager Pro. What's this FM backup? But you know what? You know what we can do? We can try uploading something, right? So let's try uploading files. So drop files, paste URLs or images clipboard here. Okay, let's make a test file. So we're just going to call this test.txt. Okay, and then select the file. You know, it could be anything. We could just upload this PNG file here. Okay, and then let's access it from the web page. WP content and uploads. Okay, so we have file upload capability. So all we need to do now is create a web shell. Actually, no. You know what? I just want to get reverse shell. That would make me really happy. Let's go ahead and get a reverse shell file. Let's see, PHP reverse shell.php. Okay, let's copy it over here. Okay, we got a reverse shell.php. Let's edit the thing so that it has all the stuff we want. We like port 443. But yeah, I really enjoyed talking with everybody about cybersecurity, how to get into cybersecurity, strategies for getting jobs, stuff like that. It makes me feel like I'm actually given good content while I'm doing my hacking stuff over here. And let's see, who was asking about this? This was Tony Hill. So Tony, if you're still here, let us know. Okay, so the IP address we're looking for is this one. You can go ahead and save this out, and then let's upload this file. So when we upload the file, we're also going to need to set up our reverse shell, and then let's upload another file. So this is in the temporary directory. Okay, this is php reverse shell.php. Lavar, hello. Says I'm having trouble doing server stress for a web application on JMeter. I don't know, is this security related or is this just software stuff related? Because I try to help people out with getting into cybersecurity, but let me know what your specific problem is, Lavar. Thank you. Okay, we uploaded that file, and let's go ahead and see if it's here. So it's here. Let's open the file, and it looks like we hung. So since we hung, and I don't get my reverse shell, I'm not very happy. I need to make sure that my IP address is correct. Oh, That's okay. So I think this is the IP address we're looking for. Did I copy it over incorrectly? Oh, I did. Wow, I made a typo. Everybody, let it be known that if you make typos, you do not get to hack. Oh, bad me. Okay, let's re-upload that thing. So it didn't work because we put in the IP address incorrectly. Okay, let's upload another one. Okay, PHP reverse shell. Yep. Let's see. Replace old file with new one. Yes. Okay, then we re-access the file. And we're in. That took long enough, jeez. Okay, alright, let's go ahead and call in Scary Hacker Voice Man. It doesn't, Scary Hacker Voice Man is not very good for my throat, but you know what? Sometimes you have to commit to the bit. Okay. Thank you very much, Team Rocket Gamer. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. And you know what? Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
And let's call in Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about how we got in.
Hey there, everybody. It's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes in every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Escalare Administrator, it looks like you were using some... Ooh, what was the problem again? The problem was that you used some predictable passwords. Well, that was a big mistake. We took your user information and we made a custom password list, and then we used it to log in to your WordPress. From there, it was only a trivial task to get a reverse shell connection by uploading files via the file manager. Maybe you knew about these insecurities in your system, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk, and now, now we're in.
Okay, hopefully the let's see, Zavar says, this is what I mean, I'm trying to break into the server by stressing it. Trying to break into the server by stressing it. Server stress for web application on JMeter. So Sigma says there's no way you aren't using a voice changer. I am using a voice changer, but I'm also changing my voice in addition to using a voice changer. So that's what's going on. Anyways, let's figure out which Python is running on here. So there's no Python. Is there a Python 3? There is a Python 3. Okay, so we can use Python 3 to upgrade our shell with this command here. In import sudo terminal spawn bin bash. Okay, so we've got a better shell now. So thank you very much for following. Sigma, were you not following before, really? I'm surprised. It's okay, it's okay. Thank you very much for following, Sigma. Jeez. Let's give you a Nancat. And welcome to the HackerFrogs.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay. So we're the www data user, so just as confused as you are. No worries, no worries. Anyways, we don't have a password for the www data user, and you know what? There is a possibility that that the Louis Silo user. Oh, we've got a secret.txt file in here. Huh. Well, let's see what secret.txt file contains. What? Is that this person's password? That was the user's password. Wow, amazing. Okay, so let's see if this user has any special permissions. They've got awk. They can run awk as root, and because they can run awk as root, we can probably get root access to the box. So for these, when we find we have sudo permissions with certain binaries, we can go ahead and look up those binaries on a very special website called gtfobins. So gtfobins.github.io. Over here. So we can use awk, and awk can be used for privilege escalation, and we can just run sudo awk begin system bin sh to get ourselves a shell. So I guess wow, I guess all of the difficulty in this challenge was just getting initial access. So let's run a bin bash just for fun. And we are now root. So that means we get to run this command.
What are you?
I'm system root.
All right, so we managed to finish this one. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Shefin Huck. Hello, and welcome to the HackerFrogs. Welcome. And why don't you have oh gosh, what haven't we done today? How about a Jurassic Park? Oh, that's not how you spell Jurassic Park. There you go.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, so there's no flag file on this system. I guess a lot of these Docker Labs containers, they don't have flags for us to access to prove that we rooted the box. So instead what we're going to do is we're going to do some old-fashioned web server, well, some server defacement. We're going to leave a little message. Actually, I guess we could leave the message on the web server, and that actually counts as web server defacement. Let's move into var www HTML, and what do we got here? We got index.html. So wait. Let me make sure that this is... LeVar says DOS attacks overwhelming a web application attack. Network scanning techniques. LeVar, I'm not too sure. What are you referring to? Okay, so let's see. So index.html, let's go ahead and access it. Okay, so this is the thing that starts off with the University of Cybersecurity. And let's... Okay, so this is... Oh, geez. Okay. This is what we're going to do. We're going to deface the web page. So this index.html, we're going to deface it. We're going to echo out something, and then we're going to redirect it into index.html. Let's echo out... How do I explore the vulnerabilities? So, can you tell me which exercise are you talking about? So we don't hack actual web pages. We don't hack, real real companies. We all do educational exercises here. Let us know which exercise you're talking about, and if you want to learn about hacking web app stuff, we can certainly direct you to a bunch of different learning resources. That's what you're interested in. It's a web app that you're creating. So are you trying to create a web app that's intentionally vulnerable? Is that what you're trying to do? Okay, but anyways, let's echo out. We hacked your website for the lulz. We are HackerFrogs, and we have some advice for your web admin. Please do not. I hack real apps. Well, no. If you're paid to hack real applications, then go ahead and hack the real applications. Okay, we'll talk about it after I finish up with our web defacement over here. So let's see. We've got some advice here, web admin. Please do not use easily guessable passwords for your WordPress login. Also, do not leave secret documents lying around in the home directory, and do not give sudo access with arbitrary binaries like awk. Good luck and have fun securing your web server. Signed, the Shy Hat. Hacksob Goblin, hey! Thank you very much for raiding with the party of 16. Great. Hack Smarter, wow. Hack Smarter's in here too. Let's give Hack Hobgoblin some love and shout out Hacks Hobgoblin. They are another Hobgoblin. They are another cybersecurity content creator over here on Twitch. Hack Smarter says, I raided Goblin, he raided you, the raid party continues. Yeah, we're probably gonna be raiding somebody else in a little bit as well. Okay, we got an ad on Twitch right now. When ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. And we just finished compromising a web server over here. And let's go ahead and give everybody some bird videos. Okay, so this is another great bird video. And let's... Oh, this isn't... Hold on. Here we go. So this is the spotted towhee. It's a great little sparrow-sized bird, but it's got some great little markings. Anyways, we'll be back in about a minute. Welcome Raiders and Hacksob Goblin. What were you getting up to on stream? Hacksob Goblin usually hacks Windows stuff, so let us know if they were also doing Windows stuff. Okay, so hold on, I just need to have a little bit of water. Okay, let's keep on going. Hacksaw Goblin says, I was working on Optimum on HTB. It's a Windows Easy Box. Awesome. Yeah, we were just doing another Easy Box over here. So this one is called Escalores? It means school children in Spanish. But we just got root, and we defaced the web page. It now says this message, and let's go ahead and, you know what? I should learn how to do to code in HTML, just so that we can do some fancier looking web defacement. So we defaced their web page. We hacked your website for the lulz. We are HackerFrogs, and we have some advice to your web admin. Please do not use easily guessable passwords for your WordPress login. Also, do not leave secret documents lying around in the home directory, and do not give sudo access with arbitrary binaries like awk. Good luck and have fun securing your web server. Signed, the Shy Hat. Okay, so we finished the exercise. Great. I'll probably be doing some documentation after the stream is over. And yeah, if you have any questions about any of the stuff we did to compromise the web server in this case, let us know, and we'll try to explain it as best we can. But what were we talking about? I was going to talk about, like, so let's see. Do not search for this on YouTube. Let's not search for stuff we're not supposed to search for on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so Lavar on YouTube was asking about testing putting vulnerabilities in a web app that they were creating. I think a good place to look would probably be the, what is it called? The damn vulnerable web app. And let me give a demonstration. So let's see. You can access it on TryHackMe.com. The application is called the DVWA, or darn vulnerable web app. And let's go ahead and direct people there. Search DVWA. It's a pretty well-known, intentionally vulnerable web application. And if you want to take a look at it on TryHackMe, it's over here. And another place you can take a look at it is the GitHub project. So that would be GitHub DVWA. So this is an example of intentionally vulnerable web applications. They've got all the code for these applications over here, and you can take a look at it over at the GitHub project. Okay, so we're going to continue the raid train, and let's go ahead and find some awesome people on Twitch that we can raid. And another good place to look for people or into cybersecurity and do streaming stuff is infosecstreams.com. So we've got Cyber Tech Vibes. I don't know this user. So what does Cyber Tech Vibes do? It's not for certain audiences. Hopefully they're not doing anything that's going to get my channel banned. So it looks like they're doing some gaming right now. So we prefer to raid people who are actually doing cybersecurity related stuff or coding related stuff. So maybe we can find somebody else. Let me take a look at my own Twitch to see if anybody appropriate is online. Looks like we got the Science channel. The Science Streams is a great science-related channel. They talk about ants, they talk about science, they talk about all sorts of stuff, and it's a fun little community over there. So let's go ahead and raid into them. Let's set that up, but before we go, we'll also talk about what we're going to be doing this week. And so we've got a Reddit page. Lavar asks, how long would it take me to be a cybersecurity guy, but not an expert, basically know my way around it? Are you trying to learn about web app stuff? So if you're talking about web application stuff, you could probably learn that in about 6 months if you just if you learn about the different vulnerabilities. What you would want to do is you'd want to go to something like portswigger.net, and you can go over to their web academy and start doing the labs over there. Here's a link. And what are we doing this week? So today was Monday, the first stream, and let's see. We're doing web app stuff on Wednesday, because that's what we do. We're doing HackerFrogs after school. We're going to be doing network forensics, taking a look at more Wireshark stuff. That's going to be the first hour. In the second hour, we're going to be talking about education platforms for cybersecurity. So we're going to be talking about all of the different education platforms, not just the very well-known ones. And if you're around, you can suggest a bunch of different cybersecurity education platforms that we may not know about. We're going to be talking about that for the second hour, and in the third hour, we're going to be doing some CTF challenges over at the Echo CTF Red website, and we're going to be doing some CTF challenges from the HacksMex CTF event. That happened in 2024. But yeah, those it's going to be some fun. Hopefully, it's not too much banging your head against the wall, but who knows? And that's going to be Wednesday. On Friday, what are we going to be doing? We're going to be doing some disk image forensics, and we're going to be taking a look at disk image forensics with the sleuth kit. And we're going to be doing that not on TryHackMe.com, but pcap. I should probably correct that. And we're going to be doing some C coding and structures in Codecademy, and we're going to be doing some Windows hacking. Hopefully, we get our way past our challenge that we're doing right now, but we'll see. Alright, so before we raid into Science Streams, let's do one last Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
So when you arrive on the Science Channel's channel, why don't you give this raid message over here? It's hip hop hack OS Frog, just like this. I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, ready to raid in 3, 2, 1. HackerFrogs out.